be framed as the treatment that should be shown by every single member of the society to the rest of the society. This is how we can make it active rather than passive. So, the human rights are not just the principles of treating people, but of being treated by people. Freedom of thought, freedom of speech, right to food, right to shelter. So that kind of rights have to be present so that we would be humanized. If one is to get humanized, this person has to be granted with these rights. Despite the fact that there are some exemptions, these are the rights to be granted. So the human rights are a set of ideas or thoughts. And there are different types of thoughts over the course of human history. As we're all human beings, since we're not elephants or chicken, maybe the animal lovers can be mad at me, but don't be mad at me. So the humankind have some features. So we make the bread we eat, we invent the electricity that we consume, and we write books like Le Petit Prince, and humankind has established the Ombudsman institution. And of course, one can give lots of examples. And since we have established all these phenomena, this means that humankind has to be treated differently. So you have to treat people in such a way that humankind can exercise these rights to be granted, because not everyone is there to treat this way. So deliberately or non-deliberately, one can hinder the exercise or the treatment of the rights. In the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 1 stipulates that all the human beings are born equally, and they are given conscience and mind, and they have to treat each other brotherly, sisterly. While saying that, while stipulating that kind of articles, what is intended must be this. If I'm not wrong, this particular article, article number 1, is already present in the human rights documents of the world that we're living in, because article number 1 makes that kind of description one way or the other. By the way, there are some problems in the description of the article itself, but this is what I can say. But this particular article, the essence of this particular article, is present in every universal document. So article number 1 says that humankind should be treated and should treat each other brotherly and sisterly. But there are some issues in doing so. So there are some structural rights in human rights, and some structural rights should be exercised, but they are very much dependent on certain conditions, and there are some requirements that, as the name speaks for itself, require the exercise of it. And there are some conditions and there are some principles that make the exercise of the human rights possible. So basically, what's meant by human rights is this. So normally, of course, there might be some exceptions, but the norm says that, as I mentioned, the possibilities of humankind and the ethical norms of humankind should be possible, because we're in tendency to forget about our ethical possibilities. Maybe you have paid attention to this. In the schools, the knowledge-based capabilities of humankind is intended to be further developed. What do? Humankind invents certain tools, equipments. This is what is taught in the schools. However, there's nobody else to ponder on the ethical norms. So, what makes a right a human right? We are referring to a treatment. There should be a treatment, but there should be a demand for this particular treatment or to be treated as such. From the perspective of the persons, there are some active and passive principles and norms in the human rights. And let's take a look at this picture. From as much as they can do, the persons can be allowed to do whatever they are allowed to do based on the structures of human rights. And this is why the human rights should be there for law and for politics, and they are there to develop ethical rules. Either in the practice or in the theory, they're very lean, unfortunately. They're very weak. What is emphasized here is that, as it's widely accepted, human rights are not law. If there are jurists amongst us, do not get mad at me. These are the predecessors of law. They are based in different reality conditions. So of course, if we are to think about the law to establish the justice, because law should be there to eliminate the unfair practices which are already present. This is what we see. When the law is established in the democratic countries, it means that we can also pass the laws which can be enforced against human rights. In the international documents on human rights, we can say that they are not constitutions. They are the discourse of the states. So these are the speech acts. So if one state is signatory to one of the speech acts, it means that you are giving a promise to your citizens. And in the realities of the era and on the realities of the country, not depending on different norms on thoughts, you are making sure that you are providing the environment to ask for these norms for treatment, and you're giving a promise to your citizens that they're going to be treated XYZ manner. And one of the regulators that makes sure that the rights are respected is municipalities, and localization of these rights, meaning that you will have the access to those rights. It can be a right to food, right to health care. So if you want to make sure that the rights are there, you should be there to do whatever it takes to protect them, and you're there to exercise or implement the rights. The human rights are the rights of the individuals, but not all the rights of individuals are human rights. This is a criteria that I'm suggesting. So what are the rights of persons? What we can say is that for every single individual, of course, it's all dependent on each other, despite the fact that it is there in its own entirety, there are some differentiations in demands. One of the differentiations is that one of the differentiations is related with the structural possibilities of the humankind or of the individuals, and this is very much dependent on the preconditions. However, there are some rights on the individuals or the persons that they are very much dependent on the variable conditions. And one of the roles of the municipalities is to protect these type of rights. And the term of human rights can be used, this is what I want to use, for two types of phenomena. So one is on the demand of the safety and the fundamental rights, and the other is on the protection of the fundamental rights. And the rights should be there for healthcare, the rights should be there for education, which should be covered. So the first type of rights are the rights that are protected directly, and the second type of rights are the rights that are indirectly protected. So the first type of rights are the direct ones, as I said. The structural capabilities of the humankind can be exercised, and human-specific activities can be exercised thanks to that. And it requires the untouchability of the individuals. But pay attention to that. While exercising that kind of rights, you are not allowed to do whatever you want to do. You're not there to insult some other people. So these can be the rights which cannot be granted by the states, but these are the rights to be demanded, to be respected. And the authorities are the individuals. They are the public officers, but they're individuals. They're the persons at the same time. They are doing certain things at the same time, and they have the responsibility. So the respect for that kind of rights can be the problem, an ethical problem. And the role of the state is to prohibit or they prevent the violence or the violation of the rights. And this is what one can expect from the state. And the state should be there to protect in the moment of violation of the rights. And the state should be there to protect them in such a way to make sure that the rights are well respected thanks to the enforcement of the laws and regulations. In case of violations, there should be certain organs to protect, and the right to freedom should be respected. So no one can be subjected to slavery, no one's victim, no one can be subjected to the humiliating or degrading treatment. No one can be punished as such. No one can be arbitrarily arrested, or no one can be prevented from the freedom of association or freedom of speech.
Herkesten
and everybody is entitled to own and demand the right to not to be touched. But we should be also noted that when matters, because when people are in a position where they act as they wish to, the individual has the right to defend. So the structural, the constitutional, and also individual rights, human rights are there. So when a person exercises their constitutional rights, and it is ensured that they are not to be touched by anyone. So if they are involved and included in any kind of legal document, that also ensures that they won't be demanded, claimed, or touched by any other individual, and their rights in every single possible way should be respected. And for that to be able to perform, you need a level of education. So these type of rights constitute a part of the inherent rights of an individual, which I have listed. So the relevant freedoms also coexist with these rights. Of course, freedoms and rights is the general terminology. What freedom already inherits rights, but that's how it's always mentioned. So that's how it has been referred to. Respect to all those rights that I have listed earlier, if it is lacking, if there's no respect, there will be disorder and anarchy. And if the state oversees these rights, then there is suppression. So when you are watching any kind of any TV news, any show on TV, then it's easier to understand where these rights are violated. So almost every single corner of the world, insecurity and oppression became dominant in every single possible way, or in different possible ways. Esteemed guests, in a world where everybody is equal, where every individual has inherent rights, where they are not to be acknowledged, where there's another group of constitutional rights that are also naturally inherent to individuals, which allows every individual for them to prove themselves. The level of health care and shelter and accommodation, and also these are also individual rights. And this is here is the difficulty that we usually come across related to these rights. The provision of these rights is correlated to another series of rights, like political rights, social rights, and individual rights that can be protected by political power. The state can protect them, but you need the will. So they are not actually related to the individual, but to the regulations and the political decisions made in a particular country. If there are different defined rights that they are dependent on the particular country, then they can be provided to that individual. The limitations set for these rights and whether they are able to protect the individual's freedoms is also is up to whether these rights have been designed initially, depending on the origins of the right, although they are used or seen as a tool where the individual has the right to perform. So actually, you cannot say that the individuals are not equal to each other. So in a document, socio-economic rights mentioned in a document are not actually human rights. They are limited rights. They are provisioned and design rights. So the municipal rights are or urban rights is up to the protection of these rights, depending on the needs and demands on the local level and the localization practices. So, considering the human rights, when we tackle them as the ability to perform their individual's rights and demands, no individual has the inherent right to be prohibited in any possible way. And in the practices of these exercise of these rights, we know that human rights can be also limited, and asking that and also denying these rights and denying these limitations, and it also means that you ignore the conflicts of several different groups and also ignoring terrorism and a violation of these rights. Every single denial of these rights that have been already inherently provided to the individual also means that we are rejecting the limits and boundaries of others. So we have to also remember that we have also another aspect in our lives, another dimension of being an animal. So municipal rights, in order to make sure that these municipal rights are protected, like education, sheltering, and also legal protection, the relevant province and that local authorities level, so really performs all the necessary work to be able to protect that. And you can also see in the Article 14 and 15 in the Section 3 of the Municipal Code. And you can also see the elaborated versions of that. So in order for municipalities to be able to exercise these rights in local term and in any other different level or platform, every single municipal worker should be subject to education and training, because it's not very clear. If you have not learned how to do it, so you cannot just build up that correlation between the different rights mentioned in the legal code. Here's an example that I really enjoyed. I'm sure you have experienced it personally. In buildings, the last step of any kind of staircase is usually higher or lower than the rest of the steps. So you can easily fall. And that has also occurred. And some people also had brain damage. So what does that mean? So an engineer must have been violating human rights. And when we're talking about the professions, the relationship of the professions with the human rights is not that clear. So we have to also make it clear for every single profession and its relationship with the context of human rights. So every single profession and the things to do and the people who will decide about what to do related to the human rights can be a group of people in a council. Müştü Razi Yücelen, at the beginning of the 70s, was a party to a committee in a council of human rights in province and district level, which I have never heard there perform their work actually. This is not something that you can also put them to work. So when they are established as a council, they should be also doing their job. There's already something available and ready, but anyone who is assigned to do this task should just be subject to a training. And we have perform these trainings actually, so that they can learn their work and the work's relationship to the human rights as a context and a subject. And one of the other urgent needs that I have seen from remotely is as follows. So when you are moving into a city, if there's right to allocate a space and to accommodate yourself, to have shelter in that particular city or province, it's a task in the municipality. The earthquakes that we have experienced, which caused a loss of more than 50,000 citizens, is totally and entirely in the jurisdiction of municipal work. And taking that into consideration, so the issue of assigning the right to accommodate yourself and to build shelter should be re-regulated, and the regulations should be assessed, reviewed. And if it's necessary, any kind of architects or engineers who would like to do this kind should have an additional training, to be able to understand that they are in a position to own and claim more responsibility. Otherwise, the legal arrangements and the re-regulation of the subject can not be possible. This is all I have to say. I hope I have not exceeded my time either. Thank you. We would like to thank our professor. So since we have exceeded our time, so we can also allow the questions and answers during the coffee break. So thank you so very much, and we are very happy to have you here. She have covered very important issues and titles. So we will just prepare the stage for the next session. Thank you. The session is over.
Yardım ediyorum.
Tüm bu düzenlemeler yapılırken ben yavaş yavaş ikinci oturumumuza.
So while we're rearranging the room, we will start our second session. Although it is one of the major rights, which is a fundamental human right protected by the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, despite its status it's a basic human right, it is still not equipped with political and civil rights, especially in Western. So we will invite Cemal Talu, who is the Professor Emeritus, who is also the head of the Agricultural and Food Ethics Association, as well as Hilal Elver, who is a professor and member of the high-level panel of experts in HLPE, and a member of the UN Committee of World Food Security for the United Nations. Thank you very much.
Tek mikrofon var. Beraber
Evet, mikrofona ihtiyaç yok. Sesimi duyarsınız diyorum.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear the speaker.
Ben çok şanslıyım. Önce Sayın Koçuradi hocam bize ışık yol gösterdi. Şimdi biz gıda hakkını konuşuyoruz. Gıda hakkını konuşmak için de yanında Hilal Eyler Hoca, Hilal Eyler Hoca 2 dönem seçildi. Birleşmiş Milletler Gıda Hakkı Özel Raportörlüğünü yapan, dünyada bu konu üzerinde
Tabii kayıt için gerekiyordur, tahmin ediyorum.
So we need, so thank you. So I believe that there will be a very nice session. Thank you for coming. I would like to thank you for being here. Let's start. So how should we start? So in this beautiful blue planet's human journey, which lasted over 2.5 million years, covers a basic story, the basic worry, and the goal of the human being has not changed since the beginning. What is our basic concern? And our goal is to be able to survive. So there are three indispensable and needs that cannot be postponed. First, we have to breathe. We cannot give up that right and this need, and we cannot postpone it. What else? We have to drink water, and we have to also feed ourselves, and we need nutrition. These are the three basic needs. Food is a human right, it has to be a human right. Food is a basic survival human right. And in terms of hunger, food right is necessary, and food right has been also designed and has been positioned to be able to tackle hunger. And in this journey of human beings on this planet Earth, food has been a party and a part to this journey. As far as I can just summarize it, the story starts with the hunter-gatherers period, where the early settlers period, like in the example of Çatalhöyük, we didn't have people where people just went to bed fed when their neighbors were hungry. There was collaboration, solidarity, sharing, which were the basic and fundamental values. But day by day, when time passed, the inequalities deepened, and even though you're living in the same society, in the same community, in the same cities, under the same municipal local authorities, we have people who live fed all day or every day, or we have people always hungry. So I'd like to leave the floor to our speaker, Hilal Elver. What about the major transformations? What about the origin of these deep inequalities? How these inequalities occur? As you know, can you hear me? You can use this microphone. You know that in time, there are several different positive, affirmative issues that have been brought to us thanks to modernity, but we have also other issues that are brought to the attention of our societies because of modernity. There is a famous book by Hardy. It's called The Tragedy of Commons, and I'm sure you know it. So, which is the tragedy of commons and also the utilization of common or public spaces. So when we thought that we would become happier so that we can share and so that we can also delegate. That's what we thought. But when it became to common utilization, we know that the protection has been avoided, and it's a philosophy that explains how we have come to also disregard the importance. And here's what I'm trying to say. Of course, in the modern times, it was never the case. When you lived in happily ever after and the comfort of all the other community members, because there were inequalities, there were ethnical differences, the ethnical privileges, and thanks to militarism, the property rights, ownership rights, which became more prominent and more important than other rights, leading to a legal need, which we call rights, not limited to the human rights. Just as our professor Iona Kuchrade had mentioned, the term rights is a much broader term, and the legal concept was as follows. The limitation of an individual's rights also defines the limits of the other individuals. So when we overpass and then exceed our personal rights, we are in an area that is not protected by law, which has been taught to us at the Department of Law in the beginning of our rights. Before we started talking and tackling the human rights, in order to establish the social order, we have to know that our rights are limited, and limited to our own use as well. Thank you. Of course, in the global sense, understanding, acknowledgement of hunger starts with 1924, the economic crisis, and in 1945, where the United Nations have been established. In 1948, the Declaration of Human Rights was announced. Several different conventions, agreements, contracts, and several different extraordinary, deep speeches made in the United Nations, just like Kennedy's speech, which is unforgettable, which was stated as a human crime, and he said that he's going to just make sure that it ceases to exist in one of his speeches. And there had been several different goals set how it's going to be halved down, and it was always the intention and the efforts of the United Nations. And it was in 2015 where we will have zero hunger. Of course, we kept talking about it and kept talking about it, and the zero hunger goal never became a reality. Why is that? And of course, we have to explain one more thing, considering the human rights. And we have to also talk about the Declaration of Human Rights, which is a universal declaration of human rights. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a very essential and significant document. Since it's only a declaration, it also doesn't mean that it should not be implemented and put to use. So while preparing the Declaration of Human Rights, the comfort and the excitement of that particular time frame, all the human rights were thought to be protected by all. But unfortunately, on this path that we have been covering, there had been several changes in the human rights, where political and civil rights became more prioritized, and economic and social rights became left back. In the Declaration of Human Rights, it was seen right to run these conventions, which have been divided into two, where civil and human rights convention has been immediately held, and it was enforced on countries, but social and economic rights have been disregarded, has been omitted. And if you also remember the major difference between the West and the East, and the capitalist order and United States capitalist affairs, and every single effort has brought these economic and social rights not as a basic right, a fundamental right, but as a political right, and the most important right to be the civil rights. And thinking that this was the main statement of that particular era, although the conventions have started, it only became a solid act in 1966, which had not been seen as a priority. Of course, civil and political rights include a passive act of the state, but economic social rights also need to be passive, because it needs the state effort to be able to take action so that the individuals can perform their rights. And there had been some kind of a regression in the Cold Era, and after 1990s, although there has not been any kind of Cold War, because of the free market, liberal market rules, and the liberal market economy has been the era where the policies for the health and economic and social rights, and how it's not to be very economic, especially in kind of economic regulation and the institutions that are pertaining to this kind of issues, like Economic World Forum or IMF, especially with being under the domination of the United States of America. They could not take actions because in the United Nations you can purchase your rights to vote and the number of rights to vote, since that was the implementation. Because of the financial institutions, the economic and social rights are almost like forgotten, and therefore, as a basic right in the Declaration of Human Rights and the Convention of Human Rights and every single document that has covering these rights brought us to a level where these rights are not protected or secluded, and the state does not also take that into consideration. But you have to protect them, you have to also perform them, exercise them. But because of that, and they said that they're going to prevent hunger, and Kennedy also spoke about that. They said we have a production surplus where we can just deploy it to hungry countries like the African countries, where we can also prevent hunger. And in terms of the hunger prevention, was turned into a foreign aid rather than the need.
Bir kere
This is very interesting. First of all, holding the state accountable, this is very rare. Being accountable for what you do is very rare. Speaking of rights, of course, the right holder is not the beneficiary. He, she is the subject of the right in question. And this is why nobody is holding others accountable, and nobody's there to be accountable for from the perspective of production. Of course, I'm from the agricultural perspective. I'm the professor from the agricultural school in the university. Of course, in order for, globally speaking, in order for the right to food to exist, the production should be sufficient for everyone, which is a precondition. Otherwise, things would be devastated from the food perspective. But today, the agricultural production in the world is more than enough. Why? How can we judge it as such? It's because a lot of the food is wasted and overfeeding is present. So it means that production and use of technology is not the solution for the right to food. So those who say that we feed the world are not right. We need something else, which is, in the agricultural systems, science should be in the main axis of what you do, but along with the science, ethical values should also be in the main axis. Ethical rules should be there to have a resilient agricultural system in such a way to meet the needs of humanity, and ethical rules are the main compass for us, the backbone. So we have to be collaborating, we should be in solidarity, we should respect the human rights, we should be comprehensive, we should be environmentally friendly, so that we would be able to take the direction that the compass shows us. So, right to food as the human right can be solved in what sense? How can we solve this problem? Unless we solve this problem, what would be the end result that we would face? These are the questions. Because I remember that in June 1963, Kennedy said that we can resolve this issue. And back in those days, in November, the assassination took place. But Can you imagine? It was back in 1963, and we're in 2023, and we celebrated 100th year of the establishment of the Republic, but unfortunately we're not able to resolve the human rights from the perspective of right to food. So what can we do from the perspective of right to food? So in order for us to do something like this in this particular sense, one has to know what the right to food means. Was it what Kennedy was referring to, or was he referring to the food security? There's a huge difference in between these two. It means that you yourself, and along with your family, have the access to food. This is a policy. It is dependent on your will. You would do it or not. Some countries have the food security and some don't. And here's the difference. While referring to those two conventions, in the Convention of Civil and Political Rights, there is no right to the countries to escape from them. But from the perspective of economic and social rights, the states have the right to avoid. The declaration stipulates that if you're not economically sound enough, you can use your time to have food security. You're not violating the right to food. If you have the right, if you have the power to exercise the politics for food security, feel free to do it. Is there any sanction internationally? The protocol was endorsed back in 2008 and 2013. The states acting against the right to food were held accountable. But there were only 10 signatory countries to this protocol in this world. So it means that we have to ask this question. So the countries do not want to be asked questions. So they do not accept the right to food as a right. In the United Nations, no country says that nobody says that I'm not going to give any food to the citizens who are living in my territory. But the right to food is so much neglected, so much so that because when we refer to the agricultural systems or right to food, we should remember what the supermarkets do, or we should remember the rules established by the World Trade Organizations, and we should recognize the discrepancy between the developed countries and underdeveloped countries. And you should also remember the practices of China, United States, Russia, and India. And apart from those countries, no other country can talk about these. And four main conglomerates are very much monopolizing the situation. So who's going to protect the system? The NGOs are going to emerge to protect the right to food. If it's ensured thanks to your constitution, you can exercise your rights to litigate the state so that you can hold the state accountable. Can you proceed with that system? It's very difficult. Are there countries doing so? Yes. Latin American countries, they have certain rights ensured, right to food ensured by their constitution. But one has to say that in the constitution, just because you have the right to food in your constitution does not mean that you have the food security. Having food security means that you should abolish this non-just economic system internationally and nationally. When one says that, people say that, oh, you're asking for a coup, because after 1990s, the free market economy does not have any counterpart having a social justice system. I do not refer to socialism. Since we don't have that kind of a system in the world, there's no space for that, there's no discourse on that, and this is why right to food, petit à petit, over the course of time, is transformed into an understanding of food security, and the rest of the world endorses, willingly or unwillingly. And when you look at the situation of the developed countries. They do not have the power to do so. And the NGOs, on the other hand, can only be developed in the democratic systems. And this is why we are challenged by this particular situation. How many NGOs are there in Turkey which are interested in food security? So we are trying to establish a brand new association which is going to work on food security. We're going to be there to identify who's doing what. And there are very few NGOs in Turkey, and this is the situation in the rest of the world. And this is due to the discrepancy in between the balance of powers. If the balance of powers would not be equitable, would not be just in our country and the rest of the world, we can only have a rhetorical sense from the perspective of right to food. Everyone would make a reference to the right to food, but nobody can comprehend what exactly it means. Nobody would take the risk to make sure that things are in place from the perspective of right to food. Yes, of course. I started my sentence by saying that it's the fundamental need. I remember the quotation of Gandhi, which says that nature meets the needs of humankind, but does not meet the greed/passion of humankind. When Gandhi said that, the world population was around it was less than 2 billion or 2.5 billion. So this is what Gandhi said for 2 billion people. Now, the human population in the world is more than 8 billion, and there's a wild consumption, and the nature, can somebody says that nature meets the needs of the humankind? That's not what FAO says, according to their forecasts or presumptions. And we have devastated the natural resources, and there's climate crisis, and it's going to be much more difficult to meet the needs of humankind thanks to nature. This is a tremendous area to work on, and the global food system, as Professor has very well said, has deepened the discrepancies in the world, and it has the structural devastated the nature, and biodiversity is devastated, and carbon emission is elevated thanks to this, or unfortunately due to the system. But food is a right to have the access. This is the Food Association says, let me say it again, this is what we need to say, this is what we need to remember. The food should not be there just to feed ourselves. We're referring to the right to food, but we have to strengthen our immunity. And what do the United Nations say about right to food? You should have the access to food which is compatible with your culture, human rights, and ethical norms, of course. Food is political. Food, from the perspective of history, it's a weapon. At the same time, unfortunately, this is what we can say historically. After the surplus production, of course, it can become, food can become a weapon. So food and agriculture should be understood in a better way. This should not be left to the hands of free market. It should not be recognized as a commodity. Humankind has always been after seeking for the food, and there are those who are seeking for money, and there are those seeking for food, but persons' main target should not be blinded by this greed. Let me leave you the microphone to talk about this as well. So speaking of food policies, these are excessively discussed at the global scale, because when there are crises of hunger, United Nations come together to find a solution for it. Back in 2007 and 2008, there was a huge food crisis. First, global downturn was experienced, and this has ended up as a food crisis. And back in those days, the United Nations was there to make some reforms by establishing some committees in order to make a reference to the importance of food. Unfortunately, back in those days, they did not give the answers to the structural problems. It was because of the fact that the economic system can only answer those questions. It can be only possible to answer thanks to the financial systems. Back in those days, 2008, the companies have well understood that this is very important, and the financial companies have started to make investment in the field of food, and the big companies, big firms, went to the countries, wealthy countries, which have fertile lands, for example, in Asia, Latin America, etc. They have purchased millions of hectares of land so that the food security of their own country would be guaranteed. And there is this nationalism of food. They were working together in solidarity, but we took an opposite direction. But after the pandemic, we saw the real crisis. And similarly, Secretary General of the United Nations said that food is a right to be respected. This is how he starts his remarks. So let's share everything. Let's be transparent in what we have. So everyone should be giving in terms of what they have. So as you know, Turkey has this grains agricultural system. If we did not have a war in Ukraine, and we would appreciate how the Black Sea is important and the straits are strategically important. This is what we would have recognized if we did not have war in Ukraine. Back in those days, even I was not aware of this fact. But today, after the war in Ukraine, Turkey's strategic situation is very much linked with food. And this is what Turkey did with the United Nations as of August. But recently, this grains corridor was shut down because Russia said that you are imposing an embargo at the level of UN. If you impose a food embargo on me, so I am not going to allow Ukraine to sell grains. How many tons of wheat left Ukraine and passed through the straits? If you would ask which countries welcomed or received the grains, there's Spain, Great Britain, and Turkey. So Ukrainian grains were bought by those countries, and less than 20% were bought by the countries in Africa who were struggling against hunger. And United Nations turned a blind eye on this crisis. So we're trying to find a way to see what we can do. Let's have an analogy of an urban area, of a city. There's this localization. And in the world, local policies are better exercised than the global policies in answering the questions. And this is why, as a citizen or as an urban citizen, we need to find our way to do what we need to do so that equitable and democratic rights would be respected. Are we able to participate in decision-making mechanisms? Are we asked for our opinion? Who are we? We're producers, we're citizens, we're employees, we're workers, we work on the soil. Who makes those decisions? To what extent we're allowed to provide our input in making those decisions? What are our responsibilities? What are our obligations? What are we to do? Since if we have a right to ask questions, our responsibility to answer those questions should also be present. Unless we get together as the citizens, we won't be able to solve these food-related questions. neither in Istanbul, nor in Marmara, nor in Turkey, because the distribution systems in Istanbul are very difficult, and people are facing difficulties in bringing food their home, and the students are hungry in schools, excuse me. Yes, thank you very much, Professor. Since this is a meeting for local administrations, let me tell you a few words on local administrations. Of course, right to food is very important, and adequate amount of production should be present in such a way to be shared in an equitable manner. But in the initial days of the pandemic, it's very sorrowful to remember those initial days of pandemic made us remember the values that we need to embrace. And it has showcased how fragile the system back in those days was. In the initial days of the pandemic, people rushed to the supermarkets rather than pharmacies just to stock some food, and this is what the states did back in those days. The exporting countries shut down their customs to be self-sufficient. And some countries used to say that, oh, we have money, we can buy whatever we want. But that's not how it happened. Self-sufficiency is totally about this. And public planning in urban area or in food planning became upfront. And all these questions should be answered from the perspective of local production and consumption. One has to appreciate local production and local consumption, and this is what we have appreciated. But all these three circles, local and national and global circles, have an importance which has to be recognized, and these systems should be constructed in such a way to be resistant, resilient, to see further. Of course, while referring to food, we're going to be served with lunch as well. If you have a burning question, let me receive this burning question. Unless you have that kind of a question, let me close the session so that we would have lunch. Thank you so much. It's such a lovely thing to see you amongst us. Speaking of human rights, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us.
Çok teşekkür ederiz hocalarımıza. Yemeğimiz başlamıştı tabii.
Thank you very much, professors. Yes, the lunch boxes are served upstairs. We have listened to perfect presentations. So at 1400 p.m., we will begin Professor Rushan, and we'll listen to Selahattin Bey. Thank you.
Araç var, araçla gidebiliriz. Şimdi öğle yemeği dediniz üst katta herhalde.
Sandviçli salata var, böyle hafif şeyler var. Hani nasıl isterseniz kendinize bir şey alabilirsiniz. Hocamız istiyorsanız gezdirebilirsiniz. Nasıl istiyorsanız tamam. Siz orada.
Ayrılırız büyük ihtimalle.
Tamam hoca çok
Teşekkür ederiz. Çok sağ olun. Sağ olun size. Görüşmek üzere. Teşekkür ederim. Hoşçakalın.
Mikrofonlarımı geri vereyim. Bunları sana vereyim. Sen de bir şeyler atıştır. Genç. İkiye kadar.
Ses prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bu şekilde konuşursa hiçbir sıkıntı olmaz. Ama şöyle konuşursa kimse duymaz.
Tamam.
Ben bunu Yunus Bey'e de söyledim. Belki sizin gruptan yazmıştır.
Aynen.
Şu şekilde olursa... Ya şimdi bazen tabii
Tabii çünkü neden biliyor musun? Oradan alıyorlar şeyleri. Tarımların geldiği yer orası yani. Gemilerin oradan kalktığını biliyorum. Evet, evet, evet.
Herhangi bir bölüm, şahıs
Yok. Vallahi çok iyi.
yani bunu nasıl açabiliriz? Ben aslında onu sormak için geldim yani.
Valla onu bilmiyorum ama bu çok önemli bir konu.
Bence de
Biraz araştırın bunu. Araştırdığınız zaman kim bakıyor, kim buna karar veriyor, nereden, bunlar nereye geliyor, nereye gidiyorlar, yani ticaret yolu nerede? Falan, onları falan bir araştırın. Tarım Bakanlığı'nın mutlaka bir bilgisi vardır. Bu belediyeyi aşan bir şey olabilir. Yani belediyeyle ilgili olmayabilir. Yani o çok önemli bir şey.
evet, derneğinizin eğildiğiniz konularda bunlar
Şimdi
da
daha yeni başlıyoruz. Volkan arkadaşımızla bir konuşun. E-maillerinizi verin. Biz size bütün aktivitelerimize haber veririz.
çok seviniriz. Tamam.
Ben paylaşayım, tamam.
Bu arkadaşın yaptığı şey çok
Evet.
ya adı gıdanın durumu ama biz daha çok gıda hakkı yapacağız.
Evet.
Ya adı öyle ama biraz daha
Genişletiyor zaten.
Hocam sağ olun. Sizinle başlamak çok güzel.
Ben sizinle paylaşayım isterseniz şuradan da mail adresi vereyim ya da.
Ben hatta telefonu size vereyim.
Yok, biz tamamıyla muhtemel diye.
Tabii sayıyoruz.
O da aynı durumda. Devamlı kitap yazıyor ama hayatlar zor zor gidiyor. Evet, 4 kitabı aynı anda yazıyor. Sağ olun hocam, söyleyeyim. Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Orada gıda hakkında dair çıkmış sayılar ve profesyonellerle arasında belki aranızda bir bağ kurup beraber çalışmaya da
Olur, çok iyi olur tabii ki.
onların Esenler Oteller'in potansiyel gıda ağından tutun, kentin geçmiş ve halen kullanılan bostanlarına kadar
Yok,
farklı
onu
üretim
biliyorum.
pratiklerinin araştırmalarını yapıyor.
Neyle?
Hatta yaşanan
Gıda farkıyla ilgili mi çalışmışlar?
evet, hatta bir sayısı iletirim bu maile eğer
Olur, çok
isterseniz.
iyi olur.
Kent tarımı gıda hakkıyla ilgili.
Neredesiniz siz?
Kendi tarımıyla ilgili
Hukukçu.
kim yaptı demiştiniz
Mekan
çalışmayı?
Adalet Derneği, Yaşar
Tamam,
Abdullah.
bak bizim
Hukukçu mu o da?
Evet,
yok ama çalışıyoruz.
şey plan,
Şöyle yapalım.
yani aslında
Ya ben
dernek
çünkü az çok biliyorum bostanlarla ilgili yapılan çalışmayı da kent bostanlarıyla ilgili şey Suru'daki.
Gıdanın durumu.
Ben onunla
Ama
mı ilgili
şimdi
acaba
bak, daha yeni geçen ay onun için sağlık ve de ilham
Evet.
hey hey ses prova.
yanlış olmasın. Önceden ürettikleri bostan pratiklerinin biraz daha üstüne çıkıyorlar. Postanenin reklamı dernek olunca herkes araç görüyor. Postanenin reklamı falan yaptıkları başka sayılarda oldu ama bu sayı potansiyeller ve kaybettikleri üzerine kurulmuş bir sayıydı. Ben ileteyim bir göz atın. Bence birliktelikten de bir şeyler de olabilir.
Evet. Evet.
Bu sudayı nasıl harmanlayabiliriz?
Ya döngüsel ekonomiler de daha son derece önemli. Yani tabii aynen öyle. Siz nerede çalışıyorsunuz?
Başlangıç çalışmamız bu aslında. Bizden
İTÜ'de.
topluma yavaş yavaş görüşmelere de
Çok
başladık.
güzel.
Çalışmalarımızdan o noktada çok daha iyi olur sizle de birlikteliğimizle.
Yani gıda atıklarının nasıl geri dönüşüm?
Peki bu rehber için ayarladığınız birileri var mı? Yani sonuçta kaynakça işte bu süreç ama bunun bir sunumu da oluyor ya.
tasarımsal kısmı. Evet, onunla ilgili de çalışıyoruz ama siz destek sunacağınız bir şey varsa.
Ben çok isterim. Mimar ihtisaslarından, ya daha doğrusu artık mezun olacağım.
Tasarımla ilgili çalışıyorsunuz. Tamam. Bana ben numaramı yazdım ya, bana WhatsApp'tan yazabilirsiniz. Çünkü biz hani şey konusunda, tasarım konusunda şu anda çalıştığımız, şey olarak çalıştığımız, profesyonel olarak değil, gönüllü olarak çalıştığımız arkadaşlarımız var ama hani biraz ağır ilerliyoruz biz orada.
Bu arkadaşlar şehir plancısı değil mi? Gıdanın döngüselliğiyle ilgileniyor. Bu arkadaş da vergiyle ilgileniyor. Çok önemli.
Süper, evet.
Evet. Bence hep birlikte
İletişim
çalışmakta yarar
kuralım.
var.
Tamam hocam, ben şu an...
Çünkü vergi konusunda
Evet, hiç konuşmadık. Ama yani bizim şu anda gıda hakkıyla ilgili sınır o kadar yok ki şu anda.
Yok, evet.
Çünkü konu her şeye girebiliyor. Biz de onu çok iyi bir şekilde toparlamamız gerekiyor. Ona çalışıyoruz. Arkada bu arada Ruşen Hoca var hocam. Girişte.
biliyorum geldi.
O yüzden yani şu an mesela şeyle konuştuk. Şimdi kent tarımıyla ilgili yaptıkları hani Mekanda Adalet.
Evet, Mekanda Adalet.
Mekanda Adalet Derneği işte.
Siz öyle bir derneğiniz mi var?
Evet.
Yok, benim değil. Ben gönüllü bir katılımcıyım. Yaşar Adana'dan alıyorum.
Zaten dernekte hepimizin.
Tabii, öyle olmalı.
Tabii öyle olmalı.
Evet. Yani ben de şu an mesela ortak ettiğimiz bu çalışmalara ortak ettiğimiz herkese hep şeyi söylüyorum. Yani bu işe emek ve gönül koymamız lazım. Yani öyle ilerliyor. Bu sonuçta bir şirket değil. Kar amacı güden bir şey değil.
Sürdürülebilir olması gerekiyor.
Tabii yani
Ve böyle sizin gibi çalışan ve de yeni bilgiler getiren, yeni alanlar. Mesela bu gördüğüm alanların hiçbiri bizim şeyimizde yoktu. Kafamızda oluşan planlar yok. Bunlar önemli.
Bizim için de öyle.
Tabii.
vergi hukuku çalışıyorsunuz. Siz öğrencisiniz.
Tabii.
Dair
Evet.
bu şekilde
Tabii. Çok doğru.
ve etik kurallarına da aşmayacak şekilde bunu yapmak bence gıdanın
Tabii doğru.
Böyle bir çalışma bir alanınız var.
Çok önemli.
insanlar için çok özellikle önümüzdeki yıllarda.
Tabii. Çok doğru.
Bizim ben size bir
Yavaş yavaş Türkiye'de de bu çok konuşulmaya başladı. Mesela bundan 5-6 sene önce hiç
gıdanın durumu.
Tabii maalesef.
yani yeni başladı.
Maalesef işte maalesef. Yani geç bile yapıyoruz.
Yok ya. Ha geçen hafta onayı aldık. Tuzluk onayını aldık da öncesinde Eylül'de başladık. Evet ama araştırma grupta araştırma grupta 6-7 ay oldu. Böyle eklemlene falan büyüdü. Buradan hani bize hem bir mail de atabilirsiniz şuradan. Biz hani araştırma grubu içerisinde hani bütün arkadaşların şeylerimiz mesela genç bir şey var. En gencimiz o şu an. Stajyer avukat arkadaşımız var. Ben kendim avukatlık da yapıyorum. Benim stajyerim de eski stajyerim de mesela o da bu konulara ilgi duymaya başladı. Bize katıldı işte. Şu anda mesela çeviri çalışmalarımız falan var. Onlar da şu anda etkinlikler oluyor. O yüzden hani biz olabildiğince üniversite odaklı değil. Yok. Bir üniversite odaklı değil. Şu anda yani Hilal Hoca var. Hilal Hoca gibi işte doktorası olan 3 kişi daha var. Yani orada ekip küçük görünüyor şu anda da tasarımsal kısımlardan dolayı. Yani ekip büyüyor. Onu da hani kontrollü bir şekilde ilerletmeye çalışıyoruz. Ve onun dışında yani lokasyon olarak bir yer kullanmıyoruz. Çünkü hep biz haftalık toplantılarımızı veya ihtiyaç durumundaki toplantıları hep çünkü online'dan yapıyoruz. Çünkü mesela Rabia var Londra'da, işte Ezgi var Max Planck'te, siz biliyorsunuzdur, hukukta Max Planck'te çalışıyor, araştırmacı. O Münih'te. İşte Hilal Hoca şimdilik Türkiye'de, genelde Amerika'da, Avrupa'da falan hani o yüzden hep böyle online şekilde ilerliyor. Bir lokasyonda kullanmadık açıkçası yani. Olursa merkez olarak evimizi gösterdik. O da hukuksal tebligatlar şunlar bunlarla falan uğraşmamak için. Onun dışında şey yok yani. Bir yer kullanmıyoruz şu anda. Bir ihtiyaç yok yani şu an. Evet. Siz?
Ben gıdanın döngüselliğiyle ilgili hocam. Şu an şehir bölgemizde gıdanın üretimiyle alakalı lokasyon bazlı nasıl değişebiliyor? Hangi gıda türleri daha ön plana çıkıyor ve bu neye doğru evriliyor? Atıkla gıdayı harmanlamaya
bize
çalışıyoruz.
mail gönderebilirseniz şeyden.
Direkt bir açtım ama.
Ben kendi mailimi yazayım size.
Kendini mi tanıtıyor bir şey yapsın yoksa direkt
Yaptığınız çalışmayı yazarsanız bize en azından biz de hani bir şey kurmak bakımından.
spesifik olarak bir tez veya bir şey yapmıyorum ama yapabildiğim programlarda
Bizde şöyle bir olay var. Benim
Proje bazlı
düşüncem o öyle. Hangi konuda çalışıyorsanız gelin birlikte çalışalım. Bir rapor, tez, Türkiye'deki durum ne önerebiliyoruzu birlikte yapalım. Bizim olayımız, şeyimiz bu aslında. Çünkü mesela Ezgi iklim değişikliği ile ilgili çalışan bir arkadaşımız da az önce dediğim Max Planck'te çalışan iklim değişikliği ve hukuk çalışıyor ama şimdi o mesela konusunu gıdaya çevirdi. Gıda ile ilgili bir çalışma yapacak kendisi. İşte biz ne yapacağız? Fikir tartışmalarını hep birlikte yapacağız. İşte İlay Hoca katılıyor mesela, tartışıyoruz, ediyoruz falan. O bir yerden gidiyor. Mesela işte şu an Rabia işte gıda hakkı rehberiyle ilgili çalışıyor. Mesela örnek veriyorum. Şimdi işte beslenme ile ilgili bir rapor çalışması yapacağız ama herkes dediğim gibi kendi alanında bir şeyleri çıkartıyor ve biz birlikte ilerletiyoruz bu süreci. O yüzden hani bir serbest bir çalışma ortamı var. Yeter ki yani aynı noktalardan da kastettiğim düşünce olarak aynı yerde olabilelim. Gıda haktır, bu hak talep edilmelidir şeklinde. Aynen öyle. Ben bu arada yavaştan gideceğim. Sizinle iletişim kuralım. Siz bize yazın. Çalışmak isterseniz bakın konularımıza neler yapmışız. Onlar üstünden ilerleyebiliriz. Çok da seviniriz yani. Ben de öyle çok memnun oldum. Aynen öyle. Görüşmek üzere. Kendinize iyi bakın. Hoşça kalın. Görüşmek üzere. Sağ olun.
bunları şuraya koyuyorum.
Nereye koyalım artık ya?
Buraya koydum ben.
olacak kanka 5'te.
Alo Hakan Bey merhaba. Ben Oda 4'ün oda sorumlusuyum. Sizinle tanışma fırsatımız tamam çok memnun olurum bir görüşürsek tamam. Tamam teşekkürler bekliyorum içeride. Görüşürüz. Hakan Bey merhaba. İrem ben. Memnun oldum. Ben sizi şimdi gruba ekledim. İhtiyaç duyduğumuz zaman aynen size haber vereceğiz. Şimdi burada yarım saat, yarım saat, 3 konuşmacım da olacak. 1,5 saat sürüyor. O yüzden de biraz sizi sık
Tamam çünkü ben 3'e de gideceğim.
Aynen.
3, bir 4,
Birliği
Marmara var.
Tamam.
Yani bildiğiniz gibi siz hemen başlayınca ben zaten şey yaparım ama
Çünkü başlayacağız. Gidecek daha bir sonraki olacak. Ya da işte
tam bir konuşmacı yarım saat.
yarım saat, 3 konuşmacı olacak. 1,5 saat birlikte.
1,5 saatte evet.
Aynen. Biraz yoğun oldu. Tanışmışsınız.
Biliyorsunuz.
Aynen.
Yani hem burayı işte bu tarafları var. Şöyle sorayım onların nasıl
Tamam.
programı ki.
Tamamdır.
Tamam.
Teşekkürler. Çok sağ olun. Gel sana bir şey olacak. Ne olacak hiçbir fikrim yok bu arada. Orada biz kesinlikle yiyemeyeceğiz.
Ha? Yok yani. Yemek zaten
Rahat
bu kadar
mısın?
şey. İyiyim gayet iyiyim.
Hani onun dışında da hani oturamadığım ve şey yapamadığım bir yerde ne yapacağız onu soru cevaplayacağız. Bir ihtiyaç olursa onu şey
Galiba
yapacağız
öyle.
gibi.
İnsanlarla tanışacağız falan. Ama ben gitmeyip başka biri giderse senin de yani benim yerime başkaları da olabilirler yani. Giriş yapabiliyor muyuz acaba? Şu an kodu okutmak gerekiyor ama sizin ürünler nerede? Efendim? Yok sitede
Beğenmediler.
mi?
Ben şimdilik geçin isterseniz biz birazdan gönüllerimiz gelince aynen okutalım. Ya da siz böyle 2'ye doğru saat bir tekrar uğrar okutursanız çok memnun oluruz. Teşekkürler sağ olun. tane gönüllü olması şart mı şu an mesela? Molaya şeyle çıkmaları gerekiyor değil mi? Belki ama öyle anlaşmadılarsa.
Ya bilmiyorum bu arada Selim söyledi de gönüllülere yemek yokmuş falan gibi bir şey söyledi. Bir defa okudum aslında bakarsan. Ama insanın da mikrofonu da daha şey oluyor.
Ya ben var ya, çok karıştı ya, çok kötü. Yani kötü dediğim şöyle, çok başka şeyler söylemek istiyordum. İlk zaten kimseyi beklemeden çat diye çıkmış ekip, başlamış anlatmaya falan. Merhaba, hoş geldiniz.
Oturumunda konuşma için.
Hoş geldiniz. Hoş geldiniz Haluk Hocam.
Küçük bir slide.
Tabii, hemen alalım biz onu. USB yanınızdaysa eğer. Buraya konabilirsiniz hocam, tabii tabii.
Burada C geçiyor, burada şey.
Tamam.
Ama suyu başka geçiyor da yanınızda oluyor. Bunları ayarlayamadım yani.
Şöyle, ben şey yapayım.
Çantayı buraya bırakalım değil mi?
Tabii bırakabilirsiniz. Dilerseniz sonrasında almak isterseniz.
Aslında Urban Forum diye bir gayretleri var.
Tamam. Ben onu bu bilgisayara aktarayım, sonrasında teknik arkadaşa ileteceğim. Şu an söylemek arasında.
Köşeye atayım o zaman. Böyle. Teknik işler nasıl oluyor? Bir tane şey.
Evet, printer'ınız olacak hocam. Zaten tek kişi sunum yapıyor. Yani tek kişi olacaksınız sahnede. Sizi bir sunuşla davet edeceğiz.
Sunuş kimde?
Ezgi Hanım'da. Evet hocam. Urban Forum bu sanıyorum. Klasörün tamamını mı alayım yoksa?
Zaten bir tane dosya var. İçini açarsanız.
Tamam.
Ama onu bir çalıştırırsanız o bir slide'ın yerini
Tamam.
değiştirmek gerekecek. Yani gelirken fark ettim de.
Buyurun.
Tamam. Save edelim.
Tamam. Ben bunu kendi USB'me aktarıyorum. Teknikteki arkadaş da gelince ona ileteceğim. Delege mikrofonunu mu tercih edersiniz yoksa headset?
Ha, o daha iyi.
Headset
Olur,
tercih
tamam.
edersiniz. Tamam. O zaman kaldıramıyoruz.
Ben bir bakayım.
Bu oda canlı yayın odası bu arada hocam. O
Karenin dışına
yüzden
çıkma diyorsun.
yok karenin dışına çıkabilirsiniz. Bir problem yok. Sadece sizin önünüzde ve arkanızda birer konuşmacı daha olacak ve ara olmayacağı için koltuğu yapamıyoruz, kaldıramıyoruz. Evet. Evrensel temel gelir.
Oturarak konuşuyoruz.
İsterseniz ayakta da konuşabilirsiniz. Hiç sıkıntı yok.
Tercih ediyorum çünkü konsantre olalım.
Tamam. Bütün sahneyi kullanabilirsiniz. Eğer sadece koltuğun kalması sizin için problem olmazsa. Tamam. Nasıl arzu ederseniz. Evet. İlk oturum barınma hakkı, sonra evrensel temel gelir. Şöyle ben size vereyim. Hı? Kaçta? Hazırlanmışsın ama çok iyi.
Ben hazırlanmadan çıkamam ya.
Yani zaten öyle olması gerekiyor.
Sen hazırlanmamış mısın?
Sabah açılışta yazdım. 3.30'da gittik.
Hiçbir şey yazamadım.
Yok işte ya zaten çok bir şey yoktu. Yani sunuş yapacaktım ben sadece.
Benimki de sunuş aslında
Ama
bakarsan.
yani şey yapmıştım. Bayağı şey yazıyorsam ama ne yazdım?
Sen direkt mi şey yapıyorsun? İşte şimdi konuşmacı şey gelecek gibi. Ne dedin sen sonuçta?
Şöyle zaten ben sunamadım çünkü çıktılar. Sunumu beklemeden buçuk olduğu için ekip çıktı. Büşra da şok. Büşra'nın odasındaydı İnce'nin. Sonra ne yapacağız ne edeceğiz falan neyse onlar indi ben işte on the go. Hocam buyurun. Efendim?
Marketeria nerede ve orada neler var fotoğraf?
Suko, bez çanta, tişört. Şimdi bildiklerim bu kadar. Kitap, yayınlarımız.
Kalemleriniz falan da çok güzel.
Kalem siz konuşmacı şeyi aldınız zaten değil mi sanırım? Hediye. Evet, onun içinde çok güzel bir kalem var. Dolma kalem.
also appeared as a very hot topic as well. So you may also discuss whether is a problem of shanty towns in Turkey, but there is also an extra surplus of population living in the urban scale at a rate of 35 to 40%. So over 10 million of population, almost around 2.5 million housing have been provided for them, which are like shanty towns as well. Today, there are people who are willing to serve the housing as a luxury, as a service to people, but based within the framework of the rights and regulations as a result of the supply and demand balance. So there are also other parties who are willing to sell or lease the housing that is possible or that is available at a higher level of pricing. So those who are willing to run a government, and some of the approaches that have been embraced have been causing problems. In underdeveloped countries where there's a lack of balance in wealth and acquiring, so some of the people have always been in a position where they are deprived of proper housing. So under these circumstances, can the state act on behalf of the population and the society and provide the citizens with housing that they cannot afford to buy? And that's the righteous question to ask. Based on the need and also the demands of these questions, maybe we can just take a step further, and also we can say that housing is a right to all humanity. And we put it also in the legal framework and add it into our legal documents. And the actual implementations, so can we also provide an opportunity to offer and serve housing as a human right, and a humane living can be only provided by, of course, proper housing, and there are undeniable benefit in that. But for any kind of benefit to become a right, it has to be legalized, and it has to be secured by a legal framework. And only then a benefit, a utility, a use can become a legal right. So for that reason, if we just look at the international legal documents, can we find any kind of international legal context or laws or rules formulated to cover proper housing which can be humane? I'd like to just briefly touch upon that. For housing to be one of the fundamental human rights, as I mentioned earlier, it has to be covered into international legal documentation. And all the laws in these international legal documents should be approved and validated by governments and states so that they can be implemented. Certain rules and regulations in the international legal documents for states to approve them may vary depending on the different countries. And in Turkey, according to Article 90 of our Constitution, such validation can be in the form of a law enacted and approved by the parliament. And you can become a party to that international treaty or the conventions. So when you are a party to the international treaty, it doesn't mean that you face Mecca whenever you pray. So it's not just like, it's a law. It means that you bring this situation in the attention of the law so that it can be a binding element for the state. So as a basic principle and a basic right and a basic service for states, housing, unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, to become a fundamental right, and how it's going to be defined is subject to several different perspectives and approaches and ideas and opinions. According to the French Constitution, there is no law pertaining to the right to housing. But despite that, in the preface of the Constitution dated 1946. So there is a terminology in protecting the pride and honor of human beings. So based on that definition, the French court and the French legal system was able to make decisions in covering certain issues related to several different subjects, as well as housing, and our Constitution and our Supreme Court of Justice and our Parliament can take necessary actions based on the certain terminologies. And in the example given to in the French court, so the article that says that France is a democratic legal state, and in the other decisions and resolutions made by the Parliament, housing has been validated and approved as a human right. But on the other hand, Mexico also has a constitution, and it is Article 60. Housing is clearly and briefly mentioned as a human right. And it's with Switzerland, Luxembourg, and in some other countries, there is no mention of housing being a human right whatsoever. So in certain international documents pertaining to the human rights, related to the housing rights, I would like to just briefly mention about the rules and regulations. It's been only 10 minutes. I believe I will be able to finish my speech on time. So the first document that I would like to talk about is the Declaration of Human Rights, dated 1948 and approved and validated by the United Nations, which is also known as the Human Rights Convention. According to Article 25, says, everyone, both for themselves and for their family, has the right to food and shelter, healthcare, and the required social services to establish their welfare and well-being. So this is a level of humane life, but shelter is or housing has been explicitly mentioned. But unfortunately, this document dated 1948, called the Declaration of Human Rights by United Nations, covers also well-intentional terminology. It doesn't have, or doesn't hold any kind of legal value or legal power. So this is law, soft law, as they say it in English. What does that mean? That means certain expressions and statements may be covered, suggesting the states, making only a suggestion to the states that it's better for them to abide by these suggestions. But as I mentioned earlier, certain legal documents and certain conventions, certain agreements are suggested to be included, and such statements to be included in these conventions, agreements, and declarations is just a suggestion. But after so many years, according to the Article 25 of this Declaration of Human Rights, which includes housing, which is serving the honorable life of a human being,
adını taşıyan iki sözleşme geçirilmiştir.
Suggesting a decent life for human beings, it has been also a suggestion for including these conditions in the law. One of them is Civil Rights Convention, dated 1966, as well. Of course, the Declaration of Human Rights was enacted in 1948, and in 1966, several different agreements and conventions have been prepared to be approved, where governments have been party. And the Economic Cultural Rights Convention, out of the two, has an article pertaining to this particular subject, just like the statement mentioned in the Article 25 of the Declaration of Human Rights. Any state that is party to this convention will be held responsible to provide the sufficient food, accommodation and shelter and housing rights to each individual on a permanent basis. So they are in cohort with that. So they approved that. This is the first agreement. This is the first document. And the Declaration of Human Rights have become a binding statement with these conventions. And the second one, which is dated 1987, which is the Global Housing Strategy for the world, approved by the United Nations. And this document covers the housing right and covers the human benefits and human rights, so that it will be provided by the sufficient and decent ventilation, infrastructure, proximity to work, and also specifying and elaborating on the housing right. And it says in that document that the right to have sufficient housing is approved by a universal one. All citizens of all countries have the right to expect this right to be covered and met by their own governments and their states. I would like to talk a little bit about the third document, but before I do that, I see a very esteemed colleague who is a friend of mine for 45 years, working. I had a chance to meet my colleague in Oxford, who is Geoffrey Payne, who is already here as a speaker today. Since I knew that he would be here, I also brought a book by him, Somewhere to Live. Every single subject that I was trying to explain and everything that I haven't mentioned yet, and it's covered in this book, from Southeast Asia to South Africa. You can find every single part of that subject in this book. So it can be translated into Turkish as Somewhere to Live, which is the very important book by my esteemed colleague Geoffrey Payne. And I would like to welcome him, and I would like to also thank you for being here. And also I would like to thank him for all the efforts that he has provided so far, so that we can provide housing for everyone and everywhere. So the third document, or which may be considered as documents, pertaining to the right to housing, and about habitat. And I mentioned that it was covered in 1976, in 1996, and also in 2016. So do you know who has been objecting in these meetings? United States of America. In 1996, during the second of the habitat meetings, said no. And said that they are against including the right to housing as a major fundamental right, as a part of this document. Because if you include the right to housing and right to shelter as one of the fundamental rights, people will start rioting, and they will also start claiming proper housing and shelter from their own governments, and the governments and the states won't be able to afford it. So, and they have made they have made it also very clear that they are against this idea. And the fourth document that I'd like to talk about dates back to 1992, World Environment and Development Forum held in Rio de Janeiro. So there was an action plan approved as known as Agenda 21. So right to own housing, which is a fundamental right of human beings, covered both in the Declaration of Human Rights and also as a economic and cultural rights convention. It has been considered as a rule of law, and so it will be protected by law, and it will be provided by. So and I don't like, of course, use this, but it also includes the forced eviction. So forcing people to move out of their homes, forced eviction is also subject to this one. So we have this another document approved and enacted in 1996, and the European, and according to the Article 31, housing has become a universal right. I'm terribly sorry about this. According to the European Social Condition, EU countries that are party to this condition, this charter, there are certain responsibilities for the countries who are party to this charter to encourage sufficient housing with sufficient conditions and to decrease homelessness, and also to make it convenient for housing for those who cannot afford it. So as a guarantee to these kind of conditions, they have included another law. If it is not possible to abide by these conditions, and if the states are in violation of these rules and laws, so NGOs, cooperatives, or legally acknowledged other institutions like chambers or professions can make a complaint applying the EU in a collective manner. And sixth but not least, the subject that I would like to present, it's okay if I didn't mention, because a very esteemed colleague of mine who is going to talk in the next session and who is already sitting here, will be talking about the right to urbanism, right to the city. So I'd like to just talk a little bit about this with a few sentences. So there is a document called by European Council called the Right to Housing, approved and acknowledged in 1992. But in the next couple of years, a new urban manifest has been introducing several different terminologies so that they can improve this document. And as it says in this document, so housing is an area that defines and determines each individual's identity. Like as it is explained in the Declaration of Human Rights, such ideas have been introduced in this document. Everybody is entitled to the right to live in proper and decent housing, and for everybody should be able to meet the needs and demands of their family members, and also they should be able to living a life that is in line with the possible minimum conditions. And I'm sure my colleagues who will talk after me will talk about that. The last document is dated and acknowledged by in 2009, which is one of the founding documents for EU, which is the Lisbon Treaty. And it has several different sections. One of the sections covers the Charter of European Fundamental Rights.
So, in order to struggle against the social alienation, the European Union, for those who are in need, will provide necessary assistance for the community being the European Union, in line with the community laws and regulations and national laws and regulations. The purpose is to provide social assistance and assistance for accommodation. And these rights are well respected by the EU. With a few sentences, I would like to touch upon the situation in Turkey, and I will conclude my remarks because I have 10 to 13 more minutes. Since there's no chairperson, I feel free to talk as long as I want. So this is going to be discussed in the future agendas. Article 57 of the Turkish Constitution, dated 1987, is making reference to accommodation. There is no reference to the word right. Article 57 stipulates that by taking into consideration the features of these cities, the state will take the necessary measures to meet the need for accommodation. As you might have noticed, there is no word as right. The state supports the mass housing initiatives, meaning cooperatives, despite the fact that the subparagraph makes reference to the right to accommodation. Inside the description of the article itself, there is no reference to the word right, but the Constitution dated 1965 has a difference compared to Article 87. In the relevant article of 65 Constitution regarding the accommodation, the state was obliged to meet the needs of those who are in need of accommodation. Actually, the state's responsibility area has been expanded, but Constitution dated 61 was in force for 20 years. Unfortunately, despite this fact, the state was not able to meet the needs, the accommodation needs of those who are in need. And however, in the subsequent Constitution, dated 82, you're expanding the responsibility of the state in such a way to meet the accommodation needs of all the members of the society. Accommodation as human right, what does that mean? Let us ask this question to ourselves. In order to ensure the accommodation security, what should one do? One should not be forcefully evicted. Along with the housing, the persons should be given utility services, infrastructure, housing supply, and price of housing should be limited with the purchasing power of the families against wind, storm, snow, and rain. The housing units should be protecting the individuals inside it in such a way to shelter them properly. And the features of the sheltering are described as such. And the housing finance possibilities should also be benefited by the members of the society who are in need. Cultural identity and diversity should also be protected and should also be further developed by the right to accommodation. By recoursing to all sorts of remedies, the state should exercise all the financial resources in a gradual manner. The state has to grant the right to accommodation in such a way to respect it, in such a way to protect it, in such a way to make sure that this right is exercised by every individual of the society. In the social rights and duties section of our Constitution, this is Article 65, all the rights and economic and social rights, including Article 57 on accommodation, are going to be met to the according to the extent by which the state is able to. This is called escape clause. This is an escape clause meaning that the duty is given to the state to provide the society with the accommodation, but thanks to this article, state has the possibility to escape from it. Welcome, distinguished chair. So let us ask this question. The state has the obligation or the duty to provide accommodation for its citizens. This is what Article 57 says. If the state fails to do that, do the citizens have the right to apply at any institution in case of failure? UN has this Convention on Economic and Social Rights. We need to remember the rules of the document in question. Let me make a reference. Accommodation, shelter is a human right. This is endorsed intellectually by everyone. Unfortunately, the main basis of this right is very much dependent on the documents, legal documents, which are failed to get implemented, even in the developed countries. This is not considered as the public service, but as a source of interest. And significant segments of the society, especially the poor segments of the society, have their rights remained on paper. So, environmental and urban values are tried to be monetized by the neoliberal policies, and the right to accommodation is not exercised due to this particular fact. And the burdens to eliminate the exercise of this right is not recognized. And social state should have the respect for those values, and in endorsing the values by the larger segments of the society, I'm sure that you would also agree with me by saying that the state has a huge responsibility for all the segments of the society to recognize the presence of the rights in question. Thank you very much for your attention. Professor, thank you very much. I will leave the floor, but if there are some questions, yes, without exceeding our time, can you help me in passing the microphone? Professor, please accept my respects. It was such a lovely lecture. I've learned a lot. My name is Burak. I have two questions. One is about Constitution dated 82. In Constitution dated 82, you said that there's a reference to the right to accommodation. You talked about Constitution dated 82. The professor has to use microphone, otherwise it's inaudible from the translation booth. It's inaudible from the translation booth. Both of the speakers have to use microphone. Lütfen hocamıza mikrofon verebilir misiniz? Tercüme için konuşan kişilerin mikrofon kullanması gerekmektedir. The lack of social housing, the lack of mass social housing is recognized. Don't you think that it would be useful to make an interpretation of it from the social perspective? So mass housing initiatives. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. So I have to use the microphone this way? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Selahattin. Back in 1930s, the cooperative initiatives came up front, and this was possible thanks to the support of some of the countries. After 1950s, this sector was revived, but after that period of time, again, it has experienced another plateau because of the fact that there were two alternatives, one being the non-profit housing, the other being profit housing. So there are some zigzags and plateaus and peaks. So as of 1970s, housing cooperatives and cooperative institution of Turkey stepped in, and the annual housing unit production, the share of the housing cooperatives increased up to 25 to 30%. But there were some frictions, as I said, in between the profit and non-profit segments of the business line concerned, especially private companies producing mass housing emerged, and this ratio went down to 23%. We listened to Rushan Kirish, Professor Rushan Kirish. So we're going to listen to another theme. Haluk Levent is going to speak, and Professor Haluk Levent from Faculty of Business, Istanbul Bilgi University, is going to make us deliver a speech on universal basic income. Yes, the previous speaker, professor, said that I want to take the couch because of the age. I am as old as him, but I wanted to stand up because I need to stand up, because maybe I need to be given a sign to close my remarks. So I will try to squeeze my speech in 20 minutes so that you would be given the possibilities to raise your questions. Yes, universal basic income is not directly related with poverty, but poverty can be a point of departure for us to elaborate in what universal basic income is and struggle against poverty. And this has entered into the agenda of Turkey back in 1998 after the emergence of the development plan. So having an income below this standard is the benchmark that we take into consideration. So as a result, there's this average level of income, or a threshold is designated by it. So those who are below this designated threshold are defined by this. Actually, when you look at the root causes are not impacted by it. The symptoms are tried to be cured. So there are different schemes to cure this issue. But basically, there are those concepts like absolute poverty, etc. According to Aysin Kalaycıoğlu, describing poverty based on income is because of the fact that the social and moral issues are neglected. As the previous speaker, as the professor said, one has to give a general right-based problematic or concept while handling the problem in question. So poverty is the deprivation of rights. What kind of rights? Right to accommodation, right to work, right to healthcare, right to education, right to social participation, right to being equal individuals, etc. If we are a society, if we're part of a society, there should be a minimum living standard, set of standards. So one has to think that the society has to provide this for. If there are some individuals outside those standards, according to ultra-liberals, this is the failure of the individuals. By the way, I'm the economists. Of course, I've worked with the urban planners, but I have an economist viewpoint, as you may appreciate, since this is my background. So the deprivation of rights cannot be due to the individual itself. This should be considered as the failure or the error of the society. At least the society should be there to provide an environment for decent living conditions. So this is where the right-based understanding is departing from. So this is going to be our port of departure. I prefer describing poverty in the following way. This is the most indirect way of imposing violence on individuals. Actually, this means that we have to differentiate our approach. So why then do we have poverty? Historically and geographically, poverty can be different, but in understanding the causality, one has to understand the conditions. The wealth effect is important. In order to find a social solution to the accommodation problem, one has to limit the impact of wealth, because you create a slum area, shanty towns, and you just deliver the ownership of the shanty town to the people occupying those places, and we finance, as the taxpayers, we finance those areas, and some urban infrastructure are delivered to those shanty towns, and the value of that land gets increased, it increases, and endorsing this right individually has become a norm, a general norm. This would create a wealth impact. It causes certain leaps in wealth ownership. But those who own this wealth have different life path, different from those who do not have it. Otherwise, it can be described as the path which has fragilities. And those who lack this wealth have more fragilities, and they can be subjected to the poverty more. The intergenerational difference is also present, especially education has a huge impact on that. And the education is left to the free market, and this problem has become much more solid across the generations, because the vertical mobility is instrumentalized by education. If you would have an education as a tool, you can protect yourself from becoming poor, and you can even protect your family. So education has a huge contribution in terms of mobility, and this is what we can concretely see in Turkey. Secondly, Amartya Sen has this concept of feasibility. Of course, this is not directly related with healthcare, but it covers all sorts of rights in general. But of course, health is has a huge dimension. If there are deep-rooted healthcare-related problems, it means that the participation to social life is very much challenged. And this is why the individuals become poorer and poorer in a permanent way. And the culture of discrimination has become a significant issue, discrimination based on identities. So there's not enough circulation across the segments of the society, and some deep-rooted issues would revolve around a vicious circle. So consequently, there is another dimension that cross-cuts the situation, which is the fragilities in the labor market, vulnerabilities in the labor market. I'm referring to the Turkish case, but this one can have a global perspective as well, especially the unemployment or exclusion from the labor market, or if one would lose her motivation to participate in the labor market, then this trend would become much more stronger. If this trend goes on this way, this would become a growing problem in such a way to become a part of our life. And there's another important thing from the perspective of Turkey. From the global perspective, this is what we can see as well. There are huge discrepancies amongst the global regions. The migration and together with the climate crisis, the interregional discrepancies can be so important from the perspective of migration and unemployment, etc. So this is how one can describe the deprivation of rights deprivation on the access to rights can be created as a result of those conditions. So why do we make reference to poverty? But there are some potential threats one has to mention. As the previous speaker, professor, said, neoliberalism has become widespread, and neoliberalism has three phases to my mind. Phase number one started by mid-70s and it lasted until the end of 80s, and the states used to be an actor in the economic activities, but privatization took place and the public organizations have lost their entity as being a regulator. Factor number two is that the public services have been privatized. Can you imagine accommodation, healthcare, education, all the fundamental public services have been privatized. The poverties got deeper and the mid class collapsed as a result of this potential. And more than that, this problem has become permanent across the generations, which is a cross-cutting issue. And the discrepancies were given this repulsive environment to get scattered across the segments of the society, across the generations. Phase number three. So, person as a public figure itself is devastated. I mean, you become a part of the herd and you lose your identity as an individual. So of course this is a separate subject. I just want to describe the situation based on a framework. So there are two potential threats. One is the climate crisis, which is the main source of the problems. Maybe this is not what we discuss in Turkey, basically, but this is a matter of life and death. And we are facing global warming due to humankind, and this creates a turbulence globally, and the global resources go extinct. And by regressing 3 to 4 days, by the midst of July, we exhausted the resources by the midst of July. So it means that every single unit of production by the midst of July is equal to the consumption of the future production for future generations. This is ended in June in Turkey.
Kapitalizmin alameti farikası büyük.
Actually, this is the major problem, and that's what you need to aim for when you have to aim for growth, which is the trademark of growth. Of course, in this position today, we cannot handle growth, any more growth, because of the scarcity of resources. And one of the other issues that we feel more at hand, and when you are surrounded by all those technological equipment and tools, maybe you come to enjoy it, but we have come to an era, we have arrived in an era where we are talking about the technology revolution 4 or 5, and they have a high capacity for transformation. And we also see it in two different dimensions. One of them is the way to doing business, how you do business. And it also deploys another question, whether we are evolving into another society lacking and also ignoring any kind of protagonist. And there's a new book that has been published by Trifakiris called Techno-Feudalism, and we immediately feel the impact of it, since it just causes scarcity of resources. It pushes the alive element, which are human beings, out of the production process. And we can also see that this has become a very important part of our lives, actually, the technological advancements. Just like the mainstream economics says that revolutions, and you can say that we have seen it in 29, and those people who have lost their lives because of the technological transformation can be transferred to another field, actually. So the book about the AI in 2022 by the Dalolo is a major also a proof. All those technological advancements, if they are not managed well, that may lead to a major catastrophe. And the author is Daron Acemoğlu. And this can also stop being a necessity, and working can stop being obligation. Keynes mentioned it. If this advancements in technology continues to grow in this phase, we will be living in an era where there will be 16 hours of work or 20 hours of work per week. But this didn't happen. So considering the 0-hour base contracts for work, for people to survive, they have to be in a position where they have to say yes to this unacceptable conditions suggested by the wild capitalism and the conditions provided by that. So both the public individual being destroyed, and covering every single area of work by the private sector, where the labor market moving into a complete different era, all that causes the individual to deep poverty. And also we can see Turkey as a lab, and the scene is obvious. There's no middle class and there's no intermediary, and the impact is direct. So it should be right-based one. The poverty against the struggle against poverty should be right-based. And for almost 25 years, we are fighting against poverty. And of course, the methodology is something that we do not, of course, approve. And we have discussed it in detail. It's not about being, it's not a matter of being charitable. It's not being about being good Samaritan. It's a violation of basic human rights. So that's the point that we start talking about this universal basic income, because all that struggle, all the fight that we have provided against poverty, which are the conventional, traditional ones, saying, send your children, I'll pay you, and do this, get paid this much, is based on a conditional access, and also based on cash basis. So the main assertion of the universal basic income says that if an individual at the age of 18, if they come of age as a normal individual, when they are in a position where they are able to exercise all the rights given to an individual unconditionally, should have a minimum income transfer. So this is one opinion. This is quite old, traditional. This has been discussed. This has been under discussion since the 17th and 18th century, and I have taken this table from IMF to show you the different dimensions of the discussed universal basic income. And this is also an indicator that it is published in by an IMF document, and this is an article that sees the subject through 4 authors. One of them is Milton Friedman, who is in favor of universal basic income, and also may just force our colleagues on the left-hand side saying what is happening. Of course, the universal basic income disrupts and detaches the bond between the minimum working requirement and also changes the balance. So it's a revolutionary change. So, but the context matters here, how it just detaches. If this detachment if it is about democracy and the capitalism and the democracy that causes that capitals, and if it is something that can be used to cancel all of that, because in feudalism there is no public space. In that matter, so all that attack on the public being of the individual, then it can work too. So it also has a couple of mechanisms, especially and based on a very ancient discussion between Friedman and Paine. They are looking at it as a social issue. They say that if we have resources with the governments, there's no need to waste all those resources of the state, which are already limited on these people, individuals. We can have a community-based, society-based one, so that we can just take the burden off the shoulders of the state. But that's exactly what we are talking about. The meaning of the state or the government in a social context is assigning it as an entity to manage and administer all the resources for the favor of each individual. So if you can just isolate the state from this context and ask or assign the state just to manage certain resources and certain assignments, then you're making a mistake in the definition of the state as well. So you have to just isolate these two discussions from each other. And this is a dimension that expands the universal basic income. How does that do that? So in the current conditions, so in order to allow every single individuals to have the minimum welfare of an individual, and that it should be in a position where the state can facilitate, and also underestimating the issue, we could say facilitate, but we should say securing the needs of the individuals. If there is to be any kind of aid, the government and the state should also be in charge of that. And Paine says it can be a single income, but everybody else is talking about a regular payment where everybody receives a monthly amount of money in their pockets, so that the universal basic income will be a temporary, will not be a temporary but a permanent one. And one of the major limiting elements is where you have also conditions when you categorize any kind of income. If you have health impairments, which prevents you from entering the labor market, and it causes a fragility, and then we can add this kind of money, but it's up to this condition. If there is any kind of obstacle in front of or before scholarization, then we can add this kind of additional income. But there shouldn't be any condition, but being universal requires it to be unconditional, and the social and ethical discussions that will come along with that then are taken out of the table automatically, and we are talking about a basic universal income that is unconditional. So anything, and there are also others who say that this should be unconditional, and so should we have the receiver or the respondent on household basis, or the respondent or the counterpart could be on individual basis or a household basis. If it is an individual, they have to just exist as an individual. So it also brings the right to attain to this. And are we going to talk about a transfer mechanism when we are talking about the redistribution mechanism? So we can also discuss. So this redistribution mechanism also foresees this transfer mechanism, and we're talking about cash transfer to when we're talking about universal basic income. So they also say if we pay people, nobody will work. So there have been a lot of rejections and oppositions, but that's not true. So they have tested it in Germany in certain area for a 3-year-long period, running observations, and this has not been concluded yet. And there's another Finnish experiment. I have taken it from the website of the World Economic Forum. It says that they also made an impact assessment to understand whether it's working or not. Especially for those who are living health problems, it has a huge impact, improving the life conditions of these individuals, both in terms of physical and mental welfare of people. And it has also a positive, affirmative impact on employment, because if you have that kind of income, then you don't feel like you have to work in jobs that require minimum payment, minimum wages, and also when you are not working in good conditions but poor conditions. There's also another assessment about the trust. And 2/3 of the people, interestingly, said that they trusted that this program is working. Therefore, especially considering the impact of it on statistical significance, we can say that it is not causing any kind of negative impact. In order, when you guarantee and secure accessibility to minimum life conditions, and it opens up the path to art production, and there is a big difference between the free time and the vacant time.
Çalışma zorunluluğunun kısmen
When you have a difference between the free time and the leisure time, because when you have also leisure time, then you can realize yourself. You can also get and obtain new qualities. Since this is a program that also gives you the right that, the World Economic Forum seems like it's a good program, and I agree with that. I only have 5 minutes. Maybe there are people in the room who would like to make a comment or also ask a question. And if they can you also ask them to use a microphone, because otherwise I can't hear it. Can we use microphones, please? Thank you.
Siz evrensel
So you're talking about the universal basic income, and I'm curious, compared to the rest of the world, based on the income level, the universal basic income, is it above the standard or below the standard? You mean you want a figure? Okay. So the universal is not a scale, but a statement. It doesn't tell you about differences in number of or figures, but it tells you that it is what the sufficient amount would be for everyone. So it's about a problem or an issue of source allocation. So when you have all kinds of planes, airports that you don't need the planes to arrive, or when you have bridges that no one passes over, as I remember it properly, it says like unnecessary investments in the environment. So if you can reallocate your resources to the necessary destinations and the actual place where it's needed, if you can also make the calculations, you can provide and you can establish this minimum welfare. Ayşe Bura is one of the most prominent and first promoters of this issue. They made a calculation. The money that is allocated, the public funds allocated to fight against the poverty, if you can add a little bit of it, so if you can add any kind of integrate the resources from the private funds, then it's sufficient to provide this kind of a basic income, like everybody else has in a universal level. We have a question over here. Hello. So we talked about the right to food in, this morning here, where you were standing. So when you were mentioning about the rights, you didn't mention the right to food. Yes, I have. I have forgotten. So when we're talking about the right to food, we're talking about the same issues that are 80%, because the social protection, everything that you have covered, are actually used in solving the major problems in the scarcity of food, and especially one of the major problems, which is poverty and the universal basic income. Can we also use it? Is it just because you forgot to say, or is it because? So no, I just forgotten about that. And contrary to what it may have seemed, I definitely mentioned about the right to food a lot, and there's a dimension of food. For example, the food prices in Turkey. And we also cover a program, a TV program on Mediascope. And one of the most striking issues had been about the basic rights and the prices. And the increase in the prices, especially in food, is over 20%. These are numbers by the TUIK. About the issue of food, we covered it a lot. I would like to just summarize it in 2 minutes, if you allow me, because it's a very, very important subject. So, contrary to the global trends, the food prices in Turkey is above the average inflation. And there's a reason for it. So, according to a lab study, Turkey has been turned into a rentability country. So you see this kind of rentability mechanism in the highly developed countries, like in housing and the other ones. The biggest rentability mechanism is established in the highly developed country. And here's the reason why the food prices are going sky high in Turkey. For example, about the wholesale food market of Antalya, there is a price index, there is a price and the amount. So that's the only index that is established covering the prices as well as the amounts of the wholesale prices for food. And a very good colleague of mine, a good friend of mine has been publishing, and that's how I know that. Antalya wholesale food market is the main food market. The announced price is established and decided in the wholesale market in Antalya. So when we carry out these kind of prices, these are the markets where the main competitive prices are defined. Since 2016, the amount of tomatoes that have been sold in the wholesale market, if it was 100 in 2016, it's like 18 or 19, because it's 1/5 of what it used to be. So where did it go? Outside the wholesale food market. Maybe we know that the production has increased, and maybe if it has been above the 20, then it has come down to 15. According to the last version of the law of wholesale food markets, the direct purchasing right allows certain companies to ask the farmer to produce exclusively for them, so that they won't be selling all the produce to be sold directly to the wholesale market. So they are working outside the whole supply chain. That's why the announced prices are increased, and the total value that comes out of it artificially as a rentability goes up to 3 to 4. So it's not only going to them, but it's also sold to tourism, to export, but it's very simple. In the previous law for the wholesale food markets, everything was to be sold in the wholesale food markets, and that's why the prices are artificially bloated or artificially blown up. And there is a new discussion about and perhaps we will be able to discuss it in the next couple of shows or so, and that is going to make it a complete disaster. I haven't read it yet, but based on the conversation that I had with Orhan, and Orhan Düz also is one of the parties, and I have to mention his name, and he mentioned that it's going to be even worse. This is something that is created. Maybe one of the examples is tomatoes, but there are other examples and it has a direct and deep and dire impact on the poverty, because in the budget of the poor people, the biggest, of course, share is with food when the prices are on unbearable level. So they go into destroyed and unwanted and excessive and tarnish food. And when you
etki
it may be just then directed to adulterated food, which causes poverty to become permanent and the fragility to be a much more dire one. Thank you very much for reminding me that. Here's another question. So it's very interesting. You have also separated into three different actions for neoliberalisms. That's what I have thought in the third section.
Özel sektör
The dominance of private sector, emergence of private sector, and transfer of state power onto the private sector. You did not talk about it. It started with the second phase as of the midst of the 1990s in the world and in Turkey at the ministerial level. We started to see the business persons at the level of ministries. This was related with phase 2. Phase 3 is much larger than the container itself. In Gazete Pencere, I started to write a column on it, on anti-politics. I will elaborate on the details, but technology and anti-policy has economic repercussions, and I will be writing some columns in Gazete Pencere and Mediascope. I will tackle these issues. We do not have time to elaborate on them. I know that we have many questions. Professor Özdem, I think you have a question. Let's pass the microphone. I'm sorry, I'm not able to see you. It's you, Candan. Hello, thank you very much for this beautiful speech. Actually, I'm working in food as well. Based on what you recently said, the capital itself is consolidated itself. It includes the wealth. The wealth transfer has also created a different class. Instead of using universal basic income, can we regulate or supervise the wealth? I'm on the more radical side. Mesharosh was translated. Structural crisis requires structural solution. I wrote a preamble, and there are some details in it. But wealth, if wealth it would not be eradicated from the social life, so we need to change the regime. In Hungary, back in 1956, Mesharosh left Hungary, so was 16 or 17 years old, and he passed away in 2016. We don't have Turkish translations of the books. There are some criticisms by this writer on Russia. There's this long book called Beyond Capital, and the first initial 200 pages explain why the Russian socialist system failed. It starts by saying that unless you eradicate wealth from the social life, it would strangle you. And of course, it makes reference to other things as well. Professor Haluk, we know it so well that we have lots of questions. Let's proceed with the coffee break, and I would like to leave the floor to the last speaker because we've exceeded our time. Now we are going to proceed with the summary of the title. So the next speaker is Selahattin Yıldırım, former Secretary General from Marmara Municipalities Union. He's also the lawyer on human rights. Now I would like to invite him to the floor to talk about right to city. Distinguished members of the audience, distinguished friends, distinguished youngsters, since the morning, you've been seeing older group of people, except for a few people. Please excuse us. We were given a duty to make presentation. I'm neither a scientist nor an academic specialist, but I have this de facto presence in what the colleagues have been doing, so I was asked to make a speech on right to the city. So during my speech, I will talk about it. I'm so honored to be a part of this series of symposia called Maruf. I would like to thank all the colleagues for working so hard to make this organization possible. So there are two concepts, urban and rights, cities and rights. So let me touch upon them very shortly. So my approach is a right-based approach. Since the morning, we have been talking about rights, and these rights are very much related with each other, and maybe we would repeat ourselves as well. So how do we describe right? So this is a condition that one can ask for, that one can use. So the justification is due to some needs. It can come as a wish or a longing, but over the course of time, over a process, this feeling becomes demanding the right. And French philosopher Henri Lefebvre is going to be my inspiration. And urban right is referring to what it is, as the philosopher is well mentioned. When it comes to cities, for centuries, human beings have two approaches. I'm, of course, simplifying all those approaches. Please excuse me for doing that. There are city lovers and anti-urban people or enemies of cities. They believe that all the evil things are emanating from cities. There's a different group which think that the beautification of our life and enrichment of our life is thanks to the cities. What does it mean to think on cities? And Professor Lefebvre said that thinking about cities, meaning that you have to handle the conflicting aspects of it, and one has to take this into consideration. What are these limitations, possibilities? Peaceful times, war times, violence times, assemblies, being lonely, implicit, explicit. These are the dualities that he thinks that it is appropriate to think. So, how do we come up with this concept of urban, city right? A French philosopher from the 20th century, Henri Lefebvre, described it first back in 1967 in his column. This is what he said. And back in 1968, Le droit à la ville. This was the title of the book. And until his death in 1991, in all of his works and in all of his books, this is what he made reference. Who is this person called Lefebvre, this French writer? I will get back to the rights in a few minutes, but I would like to talk about him. I wrote a book on le faire, humbly. So a publishing house wanted me to prepare this book in brackets. A person made an assessment on him. He does not speak French, and he wrote me a letter saying that we are publishing scientific books. Can you write us a book? So I'm sorry to say that, but I worked my butt off to put all these things together because I worked so much. I'm sure that there are valuable specialists who worked in this. So who is Harry Lefebvre? I wanted to understand how he describes himself. According to him, he describes himself as follows. He thinks that he's a thinker with the criticisms. One has to give disturbance to what is present. And he says that the masses and the individuals' spontaneity should not be neglected. This is not what academia can do, and theory and practice is very well merged by Lefebvre. And this is what he says in his book on cities. He says that I don't accept anything absolute. I do not give up on, I'm not going to stop having a freedom of thought. He is excluded, he's deported from his own party, by the way. And he says, critical distance is a fundamental thing for me. That's what he says. In this society, one should not be intrigued by the criticisms, or you should not be trapped by it. So one has to live accordingly by avoiding the traps. I think this is what we fundamentally need as a principle in our country. And this is how he describes himself. So we have very young members of the audience, and let me say one thing which they would like. If I were in their shoes, I would like it so much. I would have liked it so much. A question is asked to him. What does it mean to philosophically think? It means thinking about in its entirety of life, entirety of thought. This is what we think excessively. Actually, this is what our professors do, but it's a very nice reference quotation, and I will stop after that. A question about love and women was asked to him. By the way, when this question was asked to him, he was at the age of 90. So he marries at the age of 85. So he was like a young stallion at the age of 90. Love and women have a great impact. I took 3 realities in seriously. 1, love. 2, philosophy. 3, political struggle. But he says that I'm not a politician, which la politique and le politique is very different in French. One is confused with the other in Turkish language. La politique and le politique are different. He said a few words on democracy, and he proceeds with a different title. He says the following about democracy. In the ancient Greek, democracy is born together with the city. The citoyen, as the word, is emanating from city, which means citizen. Struggle for democracy means that there's a struggle for urban democracy. This is what he said in the midst of 1950s. But here today in 2023, we're still discussing about this issue, which is a very significant predecessor. Representative democracy does not have is not sympathetically welcomed by him, just like me. Representative democracy is not achieved with the direct democracy and it dangles between the representative democracy and authoritarian democracy. This is what he says. This is what we recently see in the world. He was quite visionary in predicting the presence of this dangling. So what kind of a life did he have? He was born in 1901. His mother was originally from Basque and quite a Catholic mother. And his father did not show any interest in any of these issues. So whatever he does, his father does not reject or object it, and his mother wants him to go to the seminary. And at the age of 14, he studies books on Saint Augustine, and his mother thinks that her son was going to become a man of faith, and he writes some books on Spinoza, and he says to his mother that if you want me to be a person like this is what I'm going to be, as he was reading Nietzsche. So when he came to Paris back in 1920s, back in those days, Paris was the center of art and politics. He meets Picasso, surrealists, artists, Breton, etc. They were in exile back in those days in Paris. So he takes part in those currents as well. But he does not become a member to any of these segments. He has a critical viewpoint on the political parties. He says that maybe I'm wrong. I don't take absolute things as definitive ones. So what is the basics of his thoughts? So what's the source? What's the birth of urban rights according to him? Let me summarize. So philosophical thinking and judgmental thinking are not separated from each other by the Great Chinese Wall. Thinking about impossibilities would make us richer and richer. We can have a larger horizon. Non-open-ended and solid, stiff thinking structures are those structures that I am against, he said. And some historical concepts are modernized by him. He affiliates new meanings to art, literature, and he builds a huge, strong linkage in between his thinking way, and he is against deterministic approaches. Constantly liberating designs are the things that he was seeking for. And what does he say about the urban rights? Let us see what he says about the urban rights. In general, this is what's been done in the world. So the British and the American, and including David Harvey, Peter Marcus, this is what they've been doing. So they have taken the following as a principle. In La Droit à la Ville, the book titled La Droit à la Ville, published in '68, was taken as a basis, and it was translated into English by a female professor from Oxford back in 1996, and she made huge mistakes. And the master says that as of 65, by the way, I have screened and scanned all the things he said as of 65, and I have read lots of books on him. So there are some comparative books, both in Turkish and in French, so you can cross-check. He says that urban right is a call for myself. and it displays itself as a call. So that female professor translated it as, this sentence as, this call, in French, appel. Demand is, exigences was translated as demand. It was translated as call, a cry. It was translated as, not as a call, but as a cry. In America, Peter Marcus was translated as a cry, like yelling. But all of them are bilingual people, but despite this fact, they have made these translation mistakes. A publishing house in Turkey, I'm not going to mention the name, have made huge mistakes in Turkish, and they translated la droit à la ville as the urban law. Droit means right, and the law in Turkish, it's totally the other way around. So this is how they had translated in Turkish. So while reading the Turkish translation, please pay attention to that. This is a remark for the young readers. Urban right is not about right to visit. It is a transformed, it is a renewed urban life. This is how it can reformulate itself. We cannot confine ourselves with the existing ones. And in another book of his, the urban right displays itself as a supreme right. In the morning session, one professor talked about indirect rights, but this is how he describes the urban rights. I do not, by the way, agree with the previous professor. He says that it's a kind of right to freedom, as the professor said. It is a kind of a right, like a right to settlement. There's a huge difference in that sense as well. And he says that this right cannot only be exercised at the central level, but also at the decentral level. He's referring to the developed centers. They should have the right to exercise those rights. This is not a natural right, he says. In the most positive sense, this right should be there to ensure the communication interaction across all the groups in such a way to display themselves. He's referring to the public area, by the way, but I'm not going to go into the details of it.
Bir araya gelebilme ve
And this also includes the right to convene and meet. So the right to the city is expanded then, including political aspects. And humbly, I mean, if I need to mention whether it also includes different rights, like rights of circulation or right to travel. So who else assigns this kind of a courage to choose or discriminate about this? Will include, and this will not include. Of course, right to the city also includes being different, because we are not the same. And benefiting from all this, and if you allow me, I'd like to also comment on that, about Lefebvre's right to the city. I would like to make a different definitions, and most probably I may be mistaken, but here is how I see it. Oppressionist, alienating, unjust, and unsustainable, dominant right order is confronted with this call for resistance, with this right to stasis. It includes several different aspects, several different holistic and based on paradigms and sustainable, and it's a new demand for a sustainable city, and that's the type of demand. There will be a call for coming back, returning, and it can also, you call it a resilience too, and it's also a right to a new order. So where are we right now? I mentioned about the texts and the right to the city. Following the master Lefebvre, there are other philosophers who talked about this issue, include Herbert Marcus's son, Peter Marcus, Mark Purcell, Shelley Buckingham. Especially, the right to the city has been also tackled as a public right to feminists, and İlhan Tekeli had covered these issues. And with their participation, this has been discussed following 1990s. Would you like me to go into detail what they have covered, or can I give you some examples about the right to the city? Yes, my Professor Rushan Keleş already had mentioned in the morning, Yonna Kuchuradi have covered those issues. So there's no need to cover them. Of course, they're all mentioned in the book, and there's no need, as it is mentioned here and there. And here's how I have decided to cover it. So there are also other documents in the global scale. There are many other different documents. There are also documents in the regional level from Europe, from Latin America. There are national documents like the Brazilian city status. And of course, according to the Brazilian constitution, there had been an addendum, which is the city to the right to the city. And it has been added. There is also Montreal city law, are some of the examples. And you can also see the details. And it's also covered in the book. And if you are interested, I can also share some of the references. I don't want to spend too much of your time, but I would like to also leave the floor to your questions. I don't know how much time I have. Do you have any kind of 5 minutes? So almost done. Okay. And in Turkey, there's another path, and the journey of this subject in Turkey has been so there is no subject that has been discussed in Turkey called the right to the city, but since in 1991 there have been several different studies in EULA, and we have other studies, and we also have habitat meetings, and we have several different discussions, and only a few of them have been subject to the 2004 law of municipalities. But in our law of municipalities in 1930, so we have this article 13 about the urban law, and we have also included it in the 2014 laws. So that's where you couldn't find it in the previous ones. If you would like me to read it, I will read it. So it's in the law, but it's a different subject whether it's implemented or not. And of course, as it's underlined by my professors, according to the Constitution's Article 2, the social legal government includes the subject as well, because you don't need to specify it in detail. So the constitutional legal framework also covers that. It covers this right to the city, and that's what I think. And I believe I'm ready to defend my thoughts. So we're going to finish the journey of this right in Turkey. So you may also ask me, what's the problem with me? Because I'm interested in this. So, you know, you can always talk about. So there is no first words and there are no last words. You can talk about it. But we all know that the world is going through a major crisis in this context, both because the owners of the world order, they also accept that fact, and people like us also accept that fact, and there's this face of that, part of that issue. But there are other opinions about how to tackle it, how to struggle it, and how to struggle against it, and how we can sort it out. And I have a humble suggestion. Don't laugh about it. I may have also different ideas. In the previous Marmara 2021, I have shared it with some of my foreign colleagues. And that can be defined as liberating democracy. Yes, of course. We can just implement liberating democracy in our cities and in our countries. Humanity will be living a better life, so the urban rights will be experienced better. So what does that mean, liberating democracy? So I can just make a very brief definition. In my opinion, liberating democracy is a way of existence. So some may be angry with me. So it means that all living creatures, all living systems, way of coexistence. And it's meaningful and it's way of life, and it's an open system, and it's based on common rights. It's an open-ended and it's an unfinished process. It's not like a manifest that has been defined. So I believe that we have to refrain away from these kind of closed ends. So it starts with the local, to the regional, to the national, and to the world of the universe, and it's a self-management system. So if we can establish the system that I propose, I believe that it will be a very nice task. I believe that my young people in the room who are looking at me with their beautiful eyes will just make it happen, and we are going away from where we started. Thank you very much for listening, and if you have a couple of questions, I would be more than happy to answer them if I have the time. If there is a question, I can allow one question. Thank you so very much. So we will continue at 4 p.m. So we will have English, we will have presentations in English then. Thank you very much for joining us.
is basically the basic human rights that a city must offer to its citizens. So we started with the localization of human rights, and then we passed on right to food, right to housing, universal basic income to survive in a city. And then we also talk about the right to the city. And now in this urban basic session, we will focus on the accessibility right. So today we have Bronwyn here. Bronwyn Thornton is the CEO of Walk 21. And she is an expert on walking and walkable communities. So she's basically an advocate of right to walk, we can say. But today we asked her to look from a broader perspective to the accessibility and then explain everything in 30 minutes. So thank you, Bronwyn. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Great. Okay, can you hear me? Is it working? Is the microphone on? Yes. Now I'm echoing in the room. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining. It's very loud though. Wow. Thank you for joining this very important session. I love this series. It's called Urban Basics. We often talk about walking as the foundation of the way we move and travel, and it is very much our basic mode of movement. I want to start with introducing Walk 21. Who's heard of Walk 21 before? Okay. So we are a global representative organization, not a membership organization, but we represent walking into international forums. We work with national governments, we work with cities. We host an annual conference to talk about walking, and people come and say, 3 days just talking about walking, and they get to the end of it and they can't stop talking about walking. It's very exciting. We have on-the-ground street app measurements, and we host the International Charter for Walking. We've been here since the year 2000, so the 21 is the 21st century. This is walking is the 21st century. So I want to start with a question. When we say accessibility, I want you to think about what that means in your head. Just first thing you think of. Okay, so hold on to that. The first thing you thought of when someone said accessibility. Now put up your hand, or stand up if you like. Put up your hand if you thought of this. You're all very good urbanists. Because, okay, a few more honest people. Because historically, this is what we thought about in terms of accessibility. Access for people with bodies that don't function in the same way as the majority of the population. People with mobility impairments like this will tell you that it's the environments they live in that limit their access, not the bodies they live in. And this historically has been more about where people think immediately around accessibility. But today, it's also about this. Who thought about this? Access to spaces, access to places, access to services. Yes? Put your hand up if you thought about this version. Okay, some of you aren't actually confessing or thinking, and this is fine. But this is very much now where the conversation is. But I want to take you on a very quick journey, because we started a little late, to understand this concept around accessibility and how new this is for the way we think about how we are in our cities. So historically, cities were built, and they still are built, premised on the way we move. So historically, we walked. Funnily enough, we still do. Let me demonstrate. And we built cities so people could walk and access where they needed to go. But over time, cities started to look more like this. This might be a bit familiar to some of you in the room. Now, that's inevitable with population growth, but it wasn't just the volume of people that were growing. It was also the way we imagined that we move in our communities that built cities like this. And the advent of motorized travel, and the motor car in particular, led us to urban sprawl at scales unimaginable in some cities around the world, and levels of transport poverty is language that people use in this context, which really came home to roost during COVID. Places in South Africa couldn't even they weren't allowed to travel beyond 5 kilometers. So they couldn't even go and get food. That's how far away their local shop for food was in some of the urban sprawl in South Africa. There's also, not Istanbul, but in North America, transport poverty. When the mortgage crisis hit, people were stranded. and couldn't afford to move and couldn't afford the mortgages, and they were stuck in suburbs without access to their communities because we thought about transport first. We thought about transport, and we got all caught up in building highways and systems, and we think about everything that can move, all those toys you had as a child, trains, cars, even the bicycle has a thing that we can hold on to. And we got obsessed with building for transport. And that's how we ended up glorifying, well, it was the glorifying of the motor car that led to this, that movement by motor car, by private motor car, was the way we invested. That was our priority mode. That's where our money, our space, our energy, and our psychology went. My friend in the UK calls it car brain, and I'm going to talk more about the UK and their car brain shortly. But it led to this. It led to environment. In their communities. I'm going to see if I've got a pointer. Do I have a pointer? Yes. This is a massive urban shopping centre in Melbourne, Australia. I'm Australian. I'm very willing to shame myself to move the agenda forward. See the people who live here and here, they cannot walk to their local shops. Their local shop is there. And Australia is full of this. trip chaining, as they call it, is a really female.
Şey daha yapıyorlar. İşte git alışveriş yap, çocukları okuldan al vesaire gibi işler yapıyorlar. O 15 dakikalık süre 45 dakikaya çıkıyor dolayısıyla. Yani işe gidebilmeleri için yani 1 mil kadar erkekler yapılan bu çalışmada görülüyor ki arabalarına biniyorlar, ana yola çıkıyorlar ve ofise varıyorlar. 45 dakika. Aslında çok daha uzağa gidiyorlar. 1 millik bir alanda kadınlar hareket ederken bu çalışmadaki erkekler 25 dakika. Önemi var mı? Yani o bilgiyle ne yapmak istediğinize bağlı. Çünkü bu ölçüte baktığınızda o 25 metre özür dilerim 25 mil özür dilerim daha fazla hani ekonomik fırsat var işte ekonomik olarak ama kadınlar kısıtlanmış oluyor. Çünkü 1 mil içerisinde hareket ediyor. 25 milde erkekler hareket ederken. Şimdi diyelim ki kadınların fırsatlara erişimini arttırmak istiyorum. Zaten bu yapılmaya çalışılıyor. Kadınlara bu anlamda fırsat sağlanmaya çalışılıyor. Ama 45 dakika daha fazla hareket etmek zorunda kadınlar ki o fırsatlara erişsin. Bu işin öbür tarafı var tabii bir de. Daha fazla fırsatı olduğumuz yere getirmek durumundayız. Ki boş boşuna 45 dakika bir yerden bir yere gitmek için harcamayalım. Çünkü erkeklerin bakış açısından anlattığınızda yani ana yola çıkabiliyorlar erkekler daha fazla fırsata erişiliyor. Kadınlar açısından baktığınızda yani etrafta yürüyebilir yani yürüyebilir mesafede olması daha iyi. Çünkü daha fazla iş yapabiliyorlar ve o yüzden de yani ve bu seyahat süresine olan ihtiyaçtan dolayı kadınların toplu taşıma olan ihtiyacı daha fazla ve daha fazla faydalanmak istiyorlar. Harika bir çizim var burada. Paris'ten mesela bir örnek var burada. Şunu gösteriyor bize. Şimdi diyelim ki insanların yakınında yaşadıkları yerlere hani yaklaştıralım ki erişimleri olsun. Yani tabii ki tüm yani 30 dakikalık bir mesafede dağıtırsak ne olur görmeye çalışıyoruz. Yani sıfır noktasından bir yere gidecekseniz işte yol güvenliği de var. 15 dakika da işte hem hastane olacak hem iş olacak, okullar olacak, faaliyetlere erişecekseniz 15 dakikalık bir mesafe ile insanların yaşadığı yerlere yakın olacak. Ya da işte yürüme mesafesi olacak. Bu çizimi de çok seviyorum. Biraz tarih dersi gibi aslında baktığınızda. Eskiyle modern hareketliliği bir araya getiriyorsunuz. Yürüme mesafesinde olsun istiyorsunuz ama modern bir hayatta da bir takım şeyler erişimimiz olsun istiyoruz. Ve insanların bu mesafeleri yürüttüğünüz zaman böylelikle toplu taşıma olan etkimizi azaltmış oluyoruz. Çünkü sürekli olarak şehrin uzak yerlerine gidemeyiz çünkü şehirlerde yaşıyoruz ve sürekli olarak o lüks arabalarımızla, aşırı büyük arabalarımızla bir yerden bir yere gitmek ayrıca bir yük de getirmiş oluyor çünkü. Ne kadar uzağa gittiğinizde ne yapabileceğinizi görebiliyorsunuz bu çizimde. Şimdi iyi de yürüyerek her yere gidemem. Yani genellikle hani o evimin yanındaki parklara yürüme çok daha keyiflidir diyebilirsiniz. Tabii çok taraflı kalkınma baktığınızda farklı bir anlayış getirilebilir. Çünkü toplum denilen şey başka bir şekilde tariflenebiliyor. Siyaset açısından da çok siyasete konu olan bir başlık. Birleşik Krallık'taki başbakan. Şimdi 15 dakikalık mesafeler bizi serbest bırakmıyor aslında. kamuya açık alana park ettiği için o kişinin geçişini engelliyor. Buradaki kadın bu şekilde sokağın sonuna kadar bu şekilde engellendiğini görüyoruz. Yani belki araba, belki size özgürlük sağlıyor ama artık bu çok eski bir düşünüş şekli. İşte artık hani 21. yüzyılda gelin hani arabamızla bize katılın denen durumlar oluyor ama bakın sürücüler şöyle düşünüyor. Biz buraları işgal etme hakkımız var diye düşünüyorlar. Diyelim ki işte tam ben de araba kullanıyorum. Yani araba karşıtlığı yapmıyorum ama mekanları nasıl önceliklendirdiğimizi anlatmaya çalışıyorum. Bu konuda kendimi net ifade etmek isterim. Çünkü öyle zamanlar ve öyle yerler var ki farklı taşınma, toplu taşım şekilleri vardır. Ama başka toplu taşım şekillerinin yerine geçiyor mesela araba kullanımı. Bremen'den bir örnek bu mesela. Bu araba sürücülerinin bir özgürlüğü var. Çünkü kaldırıma park edebiliyorlar. Bu çok küçük böyle bir mahalle arasında bir sokakta park ederek çocukların haklarını ihlal etmiş oluyorlar. Çocuklar rahat rahat okullarına bu kaldırımları kullanarak gidemiyorlar. Baktığınızda bu çocukların kreşe gitmesini engelliyor mesela. Peki niye bu arabanın sürücüsünün daha fazla insanların yürümesi için ayrılmış olan alanlar? Bu sayede çocuklar daha rahat bu kaldırımları kullanarak işte okula gidecekler dendiğinde böyle bir tartışma olsa insanlar nasıl tepki verir? Değil mi? Böyle tepki alırız. İşte sanki hani beni öldürdünüz, uzuvlarımı kestiniz. Sanki benim elimden haklarımı aldınız. Okula gitme hakkını, yürüyerek okula gitme hakkını elinden alıyorsunuz dediğinde böyle tepki veriyorlar. Ama bu konuşmaları yapmak zorunda. Şöyle bir laf vardı. Neydi? Hatırlamaya çalışıyorum. Ya bir
The whole, I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it. With cars, in the sense that our car is the dominant way we think about it. Because what about these children? It's not just Don't start there. Start around your schools. Start around your public transport stops. And make a lot of difference without necessarily having any impact on car vehicles at all. Break it down into the things. Some people talk about it like acupuncture for the city. Some people talk about it like localism or whatever. Don't let how big the picture is deny you the opportunity to make a change where you can. And that's the difference between being defeated and being inspired by what's possible, I hope.
Thank you, Brown, a lot. If you have more questions, please come to tomorrow's session at 2:30 p.m. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming.
In our area organization at 4 p.m., we are losing our audience, and we call it this as a car driver effect. They are always leaving to get rid of the traffic, and they are always missing the good part. So
exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we are going to jump to right to open data. I'm inviting Itır Akdoğan and Teemu Rappanen to the stage. Thank you. Stage floor is yours.
Can somebody take a few photos? Okay.
Rahat olacağım herhalde. Saçlarım çok komik oldu mu?
Çak, çak. Çak. Okay.
Hoş geldiniz. Şimdi
Welcome. So we will be talking about right to open data. My name is Itır Akdoğan. I am the research director for TESEV, and I'm going to be the moderator for this session. So we have a speaker, Teemu Rappanen, who is a director of growth for several different foundations. So if you allow me, I'm going to talk in English. And actually, this is going to be a session in English, as far as I can understand. And different than the previous one, we will have a Q&A session throughout the whole session. It will not be a speech-based as well.
Kiitos. I'm very pleased to have you here. So we will have this chat. I will have my questions, and at the end of my questions, I will receive questions from the audience for you.
And hopefully many questions.
Many, I hope to. Can you please start by telling a little bit about yourself? And then I will start with my questions.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Teemu. I come from Finland. As Itır introduced, I work with data. And for the last 10, 12 years, I have worked after a career in the private sector in digitalization, have worked in academia, in government and non-profits around how we can make more fair, more equitable, more human-centric society. Working with e-participation, firstly in the Finnish government, and then after that with open data and personal data. So how can we use data to build better services that benefit all of us as citizens, as individuals? How can we solve those very, very difficult problems of our time, like the climate crisis, like the health issues we've had, like crises within things like war, for example, congestion in the cities, improve quality of life with data. That has been the key thing. And gladly, I have had a chance to work both, looking at it from very many perspectives, from academia, from non-profits, from businesses, and I think that all of those aspects are needed for this fair, sustainable, and prosperous digital society.
And actually, this is how we met. You were working at the Ministry of Justice.
That's true.
And I was working at the University of Helsinki, and we used to have a project on e-participation ages ago. Well, when we talk about rights, I think it's very important to define what kind of concept we're talking about. So my warm-up question is how you define open data.
At its simplest, open data can be defined as data that's accessible. You can access data. It needs to be able to be combined, repurposed. So you need to be able to combine multiple types of data, mix and match, and then share with whatever you have made out of that. Basically, what I mean is that, for example, PDF files or things that you openly put on the internet, that is not open data, but rather data in structured formats that developers can use to build visualizations or new types of applications or things like that.
Do you think it's a right?
Do I think it is a right? Open data definitely relates to many fundamental rights. It relates directly to the right of information, but also then indirectly, I think, to a lot of other rights we have, as data is very much a component in related to many other rights. As a right alone, perhaps not.
Perhaps not. And how do you think it relates to the right to the city?
To the city? Well, I think the city as a whole holds huge amounts of data, both related to how the city functions, the roads, the buildings, budgets, the population, statistical information. And it also holds often information on a very granular level about you. It holds information about people coming in and out of the city. So that is massively important material, if you will, for developing all kinds of services. And not only services, of course, also for planning and policy and kind of non-tangible things. So the city is enormously important for data. It's also important in a very different way because cities are often kind of platforms for economic growth. They are platforms for innovation and such. So they should, in that sense, also foster the reuse of that data, not only for the purpose of better cities, but also for their businesses.
The previous speaker, in her last answer, she was insisting on data as well. So data really helps in our right to the city in many ways. Every time we talk about data, and open data especially, there are many people who are reluctant to share their personal data about privacy and all this, what their personal data will end up, where they will end up, and who will benefit from the data. So these are always the concerns of people and also institutions. And at My Data Global, you actually use personal data. My Data Global aims at collaborating for using human-centric data for better societies, for more prosperous cities. So now I'd like to, I think it is very, very interesting in this era of open data, opening all the data and all this reluctance with the personal data. You do actually what seems to be quite difficult. Can you please define what you mean by human-centric data and what kind of personal data you use in your work?
Sure, thank you. So again, if I talk about open data, and by definition, open data is not personal data. Open data is budgets, roads, traffic, maps, statistics, things like that, as an example. That, again, you have a right to access, you have a right to remix or combine together, you have a right to share those products further. With My Data, we are talking about a similar thing, but the right of us as individuals to the personal data. So it's my right to get information about me from airline, from the taxi company, from the hotel, from Maruf here, It's about right to mix my data from my smart ring with some other information to understand my life better. And it's a right, if I want to share that information to my family perhaps, keep it to myself, or if I want to, I can donate some of that data to scientific research. I can donate that data perhaps to get discounts or better services from somewhere. But the idea of human centricity is that we are active agents. We are not just the subjects of data collection, but rather we ourselves have more control about the data trails we leave behind. Yes, I want to give information about my diet so that somebody can provide me better suggestions for lunch. Yes, I want to give my library what I have read in the library. Maybe I want to give that to a tourism application. So when I come to Istanbul, I will be recommended based on that information some things that I will likely want to do. But I don't have to do it. And that's all about having the individual in control as the empowered, active person.
Well, you as someone who values, who benefit from data can have that kind of framework and that kind of understanding. But how do you convince ordinary people who don't know much about data, but who still hear from somewhere that they have to be concerned about this privacy and personal data? How do you convince those people?
Great question and a difficult one, right? Because we know by any survey done to the public, we know that people are concerned about personal data leaking, and we have massive misuses of data in the past in elections or for digital identity theft and so on. At the same time, we very willingly, ironically, give our data to all kinds of companies. Everybody gets asked the question, do you agree with terms of service? And everybody clicks yes, yes, yes, I have read the terms of service. No, you haven't. Most people have not read the terms of service. One key thing there, not the only one, but one key thing is the kind of transparency. You are likely to donate your data to research, or you are likely to give information about you to a service if you know how that is used. You need to get some value from it, but even if you don't get the value, there is some transparency. Like if I give my information about my health habits to research, I might get a cure for a disease in 30 years. It might never help me, but if I know that it's going for good, and if I know transparently how that data is being collected about me, then maybe I can trust that it can be shared. And I'm using this health as an example. I'm coming from Finland, as you know by now. One of our member organizations is just starting a 25-year project in the topic of healthcare. So over 25 years, they are studying a certain population. Of course, in 5 or 6 years, you will not even remember what you have originally given permission to, except now they are giving digitally, being more transparent, how that data is being used over the course of 25 years. So transparency is one key thing there.
Can you tell a bit more about this transparency? Because I think in Finland, in Helsinki, they define transparency very, very specifically, like what data you can access.
Sure. So I mean, first of all, there is the Freedom of Information Act in Finland, which basically is saying that you have a right to ask government entities basically about anything, and unless it is a security or privacy issue, you will get answered. You will get some kind of a response. If I ask for a list of list of events that the mayor has hosted and who have been the guests, I have a right to get that. But I also have a right to ask any particular agency, what information do you have about me? And I have a right to get now a digital copy of that if it is something that I have myself given. Things like right to correct it. Of course, there is often information that might be wrong, it might be outdated. And this has now become, as many probably know, also not only a national thing, but in the EU, GDPR kind of harmonizes this type of rights, and is actually a fundamental right in the scope of the EU law.
It's actually quite interesting to ask institutions what kind of data you have of me, so that you can actually have a compilation of your data that the public institutions or maybe even companies have of you, so that you can have your own track, your own data archive.
You can have your own data archive, and that's exactly what we want to do, except right now, if you ask for it, you will, from many places, get papers, PDFs, or whatever. But how we see the My Data thinking develop in practice also is that more and more of this type of data is digitized. So all of a sudden, instead of my wallet with my cards there and my receipts there, I have that digitized. And a great example, an area where we work a lot is around work and employment. For example, the information about studies, work history, driver's license, military service, first aid skills, all kinds of things that might be useful. I should be able to combine that data and give that, for example, to an agency that, hey, I want a job, this is my profile, can you recommend me jobs? It is much faster than writing CVs and doing that. Or maybe for career coaching. Please, Teemu, you are done your software development 20 years ago, you are a little bit out of date. Do these 3 courses on AI and these courses on modern web development, and you will be a highly valued AI consultant, for example. So using that type of personal information at my control for the benefit of me, and in this case, perhaps an employer, and of course the society benefits when people find jobs or studies faster.
Yeah. And how do you use personal data for the city?
For the city? Well, so cities is actually a very, very important use case of personal data and use case of my data. One of my favorites, and there's a lot of discussion at this event about the climate crisis, the carbon footprint, mobility, things like this on sustainability very broadly. For example, the city of Lyon in France has experimented with an app, a digital solution that basically combines gas, electricity, and water consumption. It's coming from 3 different utility companies. You are combining them into one. And at simplest, it's about seeing how much water, gas, and electricity you are spending every month, and in terms of money and consumption. So immediately you are seeing what your utilities cost. But now the interesting thing that they are experimenting with is making this into a kind of a game for citizens. So if you save on your electricity, if you save on your gas or water consumption, you get some monetary rewards, but you also get special badges, special credits, an avatar, you are a climate superhero, or things like this on different levels. And the experience that they have is then families with their children are wanting to turn off the lights and use as little water as possible because they want to get to the next stage. And this is like, again, there was a discussion in the other room about top-down, and that's often what policies and regulations, of course, are. But this is a very contrary to that, a bottom-up way to understand this on a very human and very individual level, that, hey, I need to improve by 10% or whatever the case might be. So I find that fascinating, that personal data, sometimes we think very small, that, oh, it's about you and me. It's not only small thing. It's combined. All of our data is massively huge, and that's actually why, for example, some people in the United Nations have been thinking that, okay, for the next iteration of the Sustainable Development Goals, could there actually be a kind of a bottom-up reporting as well? I think that is a difficult idea, but anyway, a right kind of idea to also understand not only how things are looking from the helicopter view, but also how things are looking from bottom up.
Do you publish personal data that you collect for your projects as open data?
Do I publish it? I don't. I donate my data to various services, but there it usually gets anonymized. And I publish it only for myself or in small circles. I know that people publish their own data. For example, people who are suffering from rare diseases or even less rare, like diabetes. We have some people who are very keen to be very open that, hey, this is my data, not that this is like some individual's data, but this is Michael's data, or this is John's data. What do you make out of it? Can you help me? And I find that interesting, but I would then note that, again, it's a right. We have a right to privacy as well, and we have a right to not. We should have a right to personalized services. We should be able to reveal information about us and get better services, but not all information. And again, we come to an interesting point that sometimes we could collect a lot less data. What I mean by that is that if I am buying cigarettes at a cigarette dispenser automat, it doesn't need to know my identity. It needs to know that I'm over 18 or 21 or whatever is the legal limit at that place, but it doesn't know that it's Teemu who is buying those cigarettes. And I don't smoke, by the way, I just made that up. So often the services actually, and sorry to go on a bit of a detour, actually ask much more information than what is really needed, and that too affects the trust of people that, you are asking so many questions, how does this even relate to the task at hand in this service?
At My Global Data, you collaborate with many city stakeholders. You don't only work with the cities, with the municipalities, but you also work with other institutions, private sector as well, right? Civil society as well. And you have many ideas, many projects. I was wondering if, with the use of personal data, you ever had a project that increased resilience of cities anywhere in the world? If you have any example.
Well, I think the climate resilience and understanding the carbon footprints and such, I think that's the one that comes most closely. I think the resilience, of course, will be tested over time as we get into this crisis. Again, mention of the earthquakes, and there, of course, having both open data as well as personal data, incredibly important in solving next time things better. The same with COVID-19, which was a huge impulse for innovation in both good and bad. And I think in the end, many of those contact tracing softwares maybe didn't work as well as envisioned, but anyway, there was experimentation done with them. And there, for example, there was a lot of discussion and debate about privacy, and in the end, it was much of the kind of tracking software was kind of useful and had personal information, but anonymized in a way that was kind of good in the end.
Mm-hmm.
So these are few of the kind of, let's say, resilience solutions. And of course, through again building on the COVID-19, one thing that I think in a lot of places we saw improve is the use of the QR codes and such as kind of passes. And there again, not every piece of information about you needs to be proven, but rather you are showing QR code that yes, the holder of this has gotten within the last 48 hours a valid negative test, for example, to access places. I don't know if that was here in Turkey, but I assume that it was in most places.
Yeah, yeah. And when we were discussing about this data things, you were mentioning that only a small part of the overall data in the world is used, and that your kind of projects actually help using more data for more good. Can you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, that's remarkable. We are taught right now that data is the new oil. And I hate that analogy. I would much rather call data the new soil, because very much we want to build on the data, and just because you use it once doesn't make it go away. But the soil that we have, in some research, shows that as little as 20% of the data collected is actually used, and that's like, wow. 80% of the data collected actually never gets used. So that's not misuse of data, that's misuse of data. And using that data in better ways could unleash enormous opportunities for various types of things. Again, for the good, for the businesses, for the individual benefit, whatever. But that's also good to remember that it's huge amounts of data that we are not using.
Yeah. And also, of course, use for the right to the city, for better cities, for more resilient cities. Thank you very much. This was the end of my questions. Now we have about 5 minutes for questions from the floor, if you have any. Yes?
And others can meanwhile think of the next question.
I'm a little bit wondering about sharing my private data with the companies, especially after reading the book of Shoshana Zuboff. So what do you think about the behavioral surplus? Because Shoshana Zuboff, in her book, tells about the short data circuits that you tells us. We provide we share our private data with the companies, and then after companies improve their services, and then after we get this improved services. So this is the short circuit. But Shoshana Zuboff described very well that there is another big circuits in the behind of this data sharing environment. And here there is a lot of big profits made by companies, and he described like a behavioral surplus, because basically it starts with us, with our data, but we don't benefit from these circuits. So what do you think about this one? How can we fight against this one?
So, unfortunately, the sound is a little bit weird. I think I understood. So Shoshana Zuboff is definitely among the same kind of thinkers as what we think, that the big tech giants, the monopolies, are misusing our data. It's good that our data is used to improve the services, sure, but when they are reaping profits
and we are being surveyed and monitored like we are, that of course is not fair. And that's part of the kind of My Data mission, is exactly that, that yes, I can donate or give my data. It's not always donating, I can just give it to Facebook or whatever, as long as I also benefit from it. Well, they will argue that, oh, you get the free service and so on, but that's like, that's a long argument. But anyway, they are locking you in, and that is definitely against many moral code, but also illegal. I mean, Facebook and Google are consistently being fined by various European governments, for example. Well, how do you solve it then? That's interesting, and it's very difficult for smaller players to kind of break the market, and that's exactly the oligopoly that we have at the moment. And one of the kind of three My Data principles is to move from closed to open ecosystems. So indeed, I should be able to, first of all, if I want to move from Facebook to its competitor, I should be able to take my data from Facebook and then use it there. But that alone is not enough, because again, if you and Itir and me and some of our friends go to the other service, everybody else is still on Facebook or Google or Twitter or whatever. But the services should actually be interoperable, so that from your Facebook Messenger, you can communicate to another competitor's messenger, just like in email, right? I am using a different email provider than you are, probably, than he is, but they still work together. So interoperability would there be one key to kind of balance that out, and they will fight. The big tech will fight forever against that. Sorry for the long answer, but I hope it answers to you a little bit. I think we have 1 minute, so
Yeah.
So I will stop there and let's continue this.
We have time for one more question. Yeah.
Let me ask very shortly, what do you think about data of the companies, their open data of companies? How transparent are they? How can we reach their production processes? We can't see them, how they produce an item, for example, a cloth in Bangladesh. We can't see them. We don't know who is working in what conditions. Can you, what do you think on those issues?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. The world of open data, roughly speaking, is coming originally very much from a sentiment of public sector. And very much coming that hey, this data about the roads and transportation, whatever, it can be used in multiple places, let's do that. And I think the companies publishing open data is a little bit more recent. It's become more popular, for example, for things like making sure that others are building on the company data. So for example, companies' products or locations of their stores and things like that, you want to publish that because you want your whatever other tourist apps or service finder apps to find those locations. So there is a benefit to the company in publishing that data. It gets reused in other services. But what you mentioned about the kind of transparency of, let's say, sustainability indicators, very broadly thought, I think that's an important one, and definitely helps companies be more transparent. Whether it should be the companies publishing it themselves, or should it be published through like various types of intermediaries that collect that from multiple companies, that can of course be debated. But I think my understanding is that the consumers are also demanding more openness from the companies, and actually not just openness in the form of reports, but openness in the form of the actual data. And I say this also from a perspective of one particular business, from the media industry. So more and more I see that media companies, when they are making some interesting analysis about quality of schools per district or something like that, in addition to publishing their articles and their nice visuals, occasionally publish it as open data, so that their stories are better trusted, that it's not media just looking at it from one angle, but rather that if you are a skeptic, and there always is a skeptic, that skeptic can test it, or if you're an innovator, and there always is an innovator, they can do something interesting, twist it and compare it. So I think you're onto something. I think companies are still in the early phases, a long story short, but for example, the work conditions, the production processes, things like that, regardless of industry, can be quite useful. And one thing we emphasize is, both in terms of open data as well as personal data, is that it's very cross-sectoral. It's about public transport or energy or public services, apps we use, media, insurance, finance, whatever sector there is data to be used. And most interesting things happen when you combine data from multiple different domains.
Thank you very much. We exhausted our time. Thank you very much for the audience. So the idea of this session is that open data, even if it is not a fundamental right itself, using this data might bring up solutions that will ensure our right to the city, right? That's the message.
It's a very fundamental building block for many of the other rights that we are enjoying.
Thank you so much, Teemu.
Thank you.
Merhaba, yavaş yavaş başlayabiliriz. Son girenleri de alalım. Evet, değerli katılımcılarımız, bugün burada temelleri sağlam at oturumunun temel çıkmaya başlayabilirsiniz. Adı temelleri sağlam at olan son oturumuna geldik. Ben şimdi 2 kişiyi sahneye davet ediyorum ki kendileri çıkıyorlar, siz de çıkın. İkisinin bazı ortak özellikleri var. Birincisi ikisi de çevirmen. İkisinin de hayatı bir şekilde nasıl olduysa Marmara Belediyeler Birliği'nden geçmiş. Ya da Marmara ve Deniz Boğazları Belediyeler Birliği'nden geçmiş. Ve son olarak da ikisi de birer Potterhead diyebiliriz. Biri çok sevdiğimiz bizim çalışma arkadaşımız Damla Özden. Diğeri hepimizin çok sevdiği Sevin Okyay. Bizi bugün kırmayarak buraya geldiği için çok teşekkür ederiz. Güzel güzel muhabbet etmek dileğiyle diyorum. Sahneyi size bırakıyorum. Mikrofon.
Şimdi tamam şeyde.
Ben hala bu eski bunun üstünde arıyorum. Bir yerde bir şey oldu.
Öncelikle hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Ben Damla. Görsel Hanım'da takdim ettiği gibi kurumsal iletişim yardımcısıyım, uzmanıyım. Aynı zamanda çevirmenim ve Harry Potter hayranıyım. Bugün ilk moderatörlük deneyimim olacak. O yüzden şimdiden özür diliyorum herkesten bir hatam olursa. Sevin Hanım çok sağ olsun bizleri kırmayarak konuşmacı olma davetimizi kabul etti. Kendisini büyük bir çoğunluk Harry Potter çevirmeni olarak tanısa da aslında yazar, çevirmen, gazeteci, eleştirmen, radyo programcısı çok yönlü bir değerimiz. Hoş geldiniz Sevin Hanım.
Çok antipatik geliyor kulağa yalnız.
Estağfurullah. İlk sorumla başlıyorum o zaman. İlk sorumla başlıyorum. Bugün bu odada Maruf'ta bazı tematik oturumlarımız düzenlendi. Bugün de Urban Basics dediğimiz temelleri sağlam at konseptinde bir
Concept
sürü oturum.
for the sessions of the day in this room, based on urban basics, covering the basic rights, fundamental rights, like right to food, right to accessibility, right to city, right to public space, as well as others. Of course, Maruf is an event of 4 days, and because of the limitations of time and space, some of the basic and some of the fundamental rights have not been covered. So what about the indispensable fundamentals for you in the urban life? What are the basic fundamental rights for you in the city, in general in life, about any kind of issue related with the city and the urban scape? I really don't know. I have been always considering about the relationship between the city and the urban air. I don't know if it has changed when we were younger, and you would always refer to the city that you lived in as my city. And it also goes the same with my mother. She is from Istanbul and she was from Beşiktaş. And at the time, which would be when I was 15, like 57, 1957 or so. I'm not sure if I should have said that. So if there is a new district in the city, they would be curious to see it. And if there was a new bus, when there's a bus that goes to Fatih, number 28, they would take the bus. So we would just sit in front of the bus. We went to Fatih and we found a place, like a pudding shop, and we had a dessert, and we took number 28 bus, and we came back to Beşiktaş, and we were so happy because we kind of like knew the city, because there was a bus that reached out to Beşiktaş, and I tried to continue with that. When I was working in politics, of course, at the same time, I was the journalist for labor-related news. like especially covering the strikes and riots. So I would go to places that I never knew about. I have heard about Avcılar, but I had never been to Avcılar, so I had a chance to go to Avcılar thanks to those protests. And I have taken this effort of owning the city to another level. If I have seen a new bus which says Kulaksız, I would go to Kulaksız, and I would always take this different bus. For example, when the bus was new for Reşit Paşa, I would take the bus. Although people were not so happy, I just sat by the coffee shop, and although the people in the coffee shop were not so happy to see me there, but there was a last resort or a last straw to what my efforts could have been to. It was the bus to Sarıgazi. I have taken the bus to Sarıgazi, and Sarıgazi was a little bit a place almost like a desert where the winds of the desert would just blow off the weeds. So I couldn't trust the taxi drivers, and I didn't have too much money, and I'm not sure if I could afford to come back with a taxi. So I have missed a bus, and I have walked around, and I found a bus, and I came here, and I said, this is the end of it. The city is so big, so I cannot control everything, and Sarıgazi should be the end of things. So I believe that owning the city matters a lot, but you may say, that owning the city matters, but what are you doing? But I just do it for myself. I don't do much, but I used to like it a lot, and I still like it, and I really like to write about it. In terms of owning the city, what has changed comparing it to the past? Are you still owning the city of Istanbul that you know of, or it is a different one? It has nothing to do with the previous Istanbul, but this is a different Istanbul now. So it used to be a much nicer Istanbul, and it was smaller, it was more controllable. So we always knew everything. At least we knew where the districts were. So I have also been riding taxis that do not know about the location of Şişli, Beşiktaş, Taksim. And when I asked and confronted the taxi driver, he said that he just came from Mardin. And I said, who on earth has decided to assign you with that kind of responsibility? Actually, they always ask where, and they say, where is districts? And they said, where is Cemal Reşit Rey? And I'm actually happy that they are close to each other, all those places that I travel to. And also, I love reading about Istanbul. I love buying books and also keeping them, holding on to them, like engravings and sketches. And of course, there are local libraries of different municipalities like Fatih, Üsküdar, Beşiktaş, and there are other places. So there are lots of very nice books on Istanbul, and there are also books that are not that so nice, but if you choose the ones that you think are nice, they are actually good reference books. But there was a book that it wasn't limited to me, of course. There was another book that everybody else, when I was working in TV, we have published this Encyclopedia of Istanbul, which was really nice, actually. But it would have been nicer if we had more younger people, because everybody tells about the city that they know of, and also at the same time there's another party to the of Istanbul that we cannot really enjoy, and it looks like a weird building to us, but maybe they could just tell their perspective. And actually about Istanbul, I have these questions. So you are writing about portraits, like biographies of people, and you have also turned it into a book. And these essays were on actual people, about the people that you really enjoy writing about. If you had a chance to portray Istanbul, how would you summarize Istanbul for those who do not know Istanbul? We cannot hear the speaker. Can we turn on the mic, please? Unfortunately, we cannot hear the speaker. It's inaudible, and we cannot translate, unfortunately, because her mic is off or there's a technical problem. I'm terribly sorry, but we cannot hear her. It's still not working. Okay. So when you hold the mic, you feel like you want to sing. I'm sure they must have heard everything that I may ever say, because there's this, we have this wonderful and extraordinary river going through the city called the Boğaziçi, Bosphorus. And in order to understand the energy and the vibe of the city, you have to be here. It's not all about the mobility, the vibe. The city has its own energy and its vibe, and you can only understand and comprehend it while experiencing it personally. And of course, spending a couple of months here, and if we are not in a position that we are not slaves to the traffic, it would be even nicer. And I would really prefer to send photos or videos. So you talked about the rise of the concrete, how the city had become a city of concrete. And last year, I believe, we have learned that you have worked for the Marmara Municipalities Union, and you have mentioned it in the article that you have covered for the newspaper. And the Marmara Municipalities Union has been established thanks to a manifesto prepared to protect the city, and I have been working for this union for a couple of years, and this became a very hot topic, and it became an hot agenda topic because of the mucilage. And although it has been 50 years ago, we have understood that the problems reoccur and repeat themselves. And you can also, you can also comment on that, and maybe can we say that there has been some kind of improvement in the awareness about environment? And you mean since then? Actually, talking about the developments that I have perceived back then and what I have heard back then have been quite impressive. In 1975, I was working in the newspaper. It was my first experience in the press, I think. I started working at the Marmara Municipalities Union in the 80s, which was based in Cağaloğlu, then moved to Sultanahmet. I have never been in the actual current building. I keep seeing it from outside. And I have also mentioned that I was working in the political department with Selahattin Hilal. who had very young people, who had young friends that he really enjoyed, and they always been hanging out with him, Selahattin Bağdatlı and Selahattin Yıldırım. Unfortunately, I missed Selahattin Yıldırım. I couldn't leave because I was just giving out autographs, and I wish I could meet him as well. I really learned a lot back then. What did I learn? First of all, as I mentioned earlier, let me just start by saying that there's this bond between the city and the urbaneer and the citizen, and I have also observed and realized and perceived the bond that is between the municipality and the people. And the municipal administrator should not be seen as a simple administration, and it should be there. And I have seen that it exists, and it was very exciting. And EU, Europe, and the rest of the world, and also all the other parties. And after we have other parties that are part of covering these kind of issues, and like the Milan municipality is a guest of ours today, and the IKSV, the Istanbul Foundation for Culture and Arts, is also running these kind of mobility activities. I have also seen this kind of exciting, and I have also seen the effort to do something nice, and they have been also paying a lot of attention to. And I've seen that, and it was very impressive. Of course, this is now possible and available, but it wasn't possible and available then. And maybe I have worked for 4, 5 to 6 years back in the Marmara Municipalities Union. It has come to a place which is now different, and thanks to the Marmara Municipalities Union, it's covering a larger audience, and I have learned a lot of things. I have translated a lot of documents, and which were sometimes really weird, actually. The first dedicated lane of project of Attila, I think I have translated from English, and Attila would know it better. I have learned a lot of things then. And I'm very pleased that I have learned so much. And this institution has always been a place, like a place that I know, although I don't know everybody. There was Selahattin. Halil was there, with a famous lawyer. There was Devlet, Mustafa Kürkçü, and we used to work together. And I was also working for another newspaper, and I would just go there like half a day, and it was really cool, actually, to work there. As a title, as a member of the Public Relations Department, and what I remember the most is would be the press bulletins and also press releases. We would just edit and control each other's work. And what we did the most with Mustafa was to just copy all the texts that using the duplication machine, and also blending them to be, and also if you do well, you could just save you time, and that's the most I remember. And I would always try to cover a lot, and we were really working hard to make sure that we would duplicate all the documents via many folder, and there had been days where we had to carry all the boxes because other people were so busy, and we worked really hard, and we never complained. And Mustafa was also a hardworking person as well, and now is based in Izmit. I can't meet him, I can't see him as enough as I would like to see him. And Mustafa has written me something, and his son has seen it on Facebook, and says, and his son, who also knows me, was so surprised that we knew each other. And it were really nice times. I remember those times really fondly. This has been a period where I have learned a lot, actually. So, can we talk a little bit about now translation? So I would like to talk about translations. So, you have also talked about the Dictionary of Imaginary Places as a project that you are proud to translate. Especially, but I know that you are interested in the fantastic works or fantasia literature, and contrary to the common belief, and of course the authors are using, like J.K. Rowling has covered several different Latin words, like uses puns and uses different similarities and similes. And in the translation of these imaginary places, what kind of an impact does your urban experience have on your translation work? So how do you just reflect it on this experience of living?
Sözü için mi daha çok geçerli, Hede için mi?
Hepsi için. Is it a question for the book on the imaginary places or all the books? For all the books. Of course, it's a different field because in Harry Potter series, while translating, you have to invent. You have to create your own words. So Ülkü translated the first book, and he got ill. He got ill, and we were given book number 2. And Kutlu Khan, so I started to work with him as the advisor. He was coming to our office. I was struggling to find the translation of the name of a mythological animal. Was it a wild boar? I don't remember. He's saying that, oh, it's XYZ pig. So it was very easy for him to find the words as the translated version. So I get so sad for not being able to find it. So I was not able to make it possible to translate it by the deadline, and I gave 100 pages to Kutlu. He said that, yeah, I can do that. I can translate it. He did what he did. And we cross-read the pages. He read mine, I read his, and we delivered the translated version of the book. They checked things out, and they were happy. And they said that we're going to give you book number 4. Ülkü is going to translate book number 3. But in book number 4, there was not so much about sorcery or the imaginary animals, and we were given book number 4, and we translated it into Turkish. And then Aslan Dinç called me, and she's reading lots of books, as she has many friends from the writers and translators, and she called me urgently saying that, you have to come. She asked me, how's it going? We said, okay, we're in chapter 20. She said that, just leave it. Translate book number 3. Wasn't Ülkü going to translate it? Said, no. He was not able to. I said, how come? The deadline was the 5th of July. So how shall we translate book number 3 by leaving book number 4? What's the deadline? She said that you have to finish it in 15 days. I said, whoa, easy. I mean, can one translate the books in a book in 15 days? And they're thicker. So we have the agreement on 3 days, delivering it on 3 days. So I settled in the home of Kutlu Khan because it was much easier for me to ask about the words. But we got so ill. I mean, physically, we were sitting at the table, day and night. We just wanted to have some fresh air. We go out, and there was a cafe in Caddebostan, and one of the waiters was very interested in fantasy world, and he said that, why don't you just translate the book? One waiter said that we were waiting for the release of book number 3. So we were going to take a few sips of tea or coffee, and we were going to leave the place, and we got rebuked by the waiter, and we went back to home to translate, and we were given book number 4, and we noticed the fact that we have translated some of the words differently in book number 4, different than book number 3, and we were given all of the Harry Potter series, and volume number 5 is a pain in the... So I said, Kutlu Khan, I want to just grab him, Harry, and ask him why he does all these things. So why are we translating teenager things, I was asking him. And he said, his mother and father passed away when he was 1 year old. I said, oh, he's the only one who lost his parents for the first time. Of course, my favorite themes starts in book number 3. I used to like Cyrus. I liked Lupin. Who else did I like? I like Snape. I was reading what he did. But the team of Harry Potter's father did so bad things on Snape. So I believe that Snape was one of us. I believe that Snape was from Istanbul. That's what I have always believed. Yes, in general, we like all the characters. They were like family members because we translated them for so long. I don't know, but I can say that I have to give the credit to Kutlu Khan, since he did not like that kind of things he used to avoid, and that's why my name came up front, but we translated the book together. He was configuring different words like zihni ben, zihni sen. He was inventing words. He said that you are not unable to find those weird words, but you just put that burden on my shoulders. Yes, I translated some weird words, but the weird words were the inventions of Kutlu Khan. He was so capable in making up new words. When Kutlu Khan saw the book for the first time, he said that this book is beyond our league. It's so difficult. Geography, architecture, archaeology, you have to be knowledgeable in all these areas in order to translate that kind of a book. Because in literature, you have to explain the imaginary places like a tourist guide. And just imagine, I'm explaining you where the monsters are located, which ones are notorious, where are the good places in those imaginary places, and without shame, they write with the style of the writers. And Kutlu Khan said that also this was the case for Selahattin Özbalabıyık. So we translated the book in 3.5 years. All of the English speakers in our family were abused as the final reader of the book. So it was such a weird experience. I bought another Mangwal book, Library in at Night. That's the title. Elif was in NTV, a broadcasting company, and Elif was the head of the broadcasting. And I was translating a book in this show, in this TV show. She said, "What's that? Is it Markwell?" She saw the page. She said, "Is it Markwell?" And she said, "Do you want to torment our family? You have to return this back to the publishing company." Said Aslı, I was given this duty, so it went to Dilek. So Kutlu Khan and I translated the book all together. So the books themselves were so difficult to translate. And that's why And the publisher liked us so much because we translated the Dictionary of Imaginary Places. So they tried to pay us less money. An editor left the company back then. And we were paid with a very little amount of money and said, okay, we translated the book titled Dictionary of Imaginary Places, so whatever. And they gave us Harry Potter series, and we sat around the same table with Kutukan and we discussed, what shall we do? It's the boy, it's our boy. What should we do? And then the management of the publishing company changed. I don't know if they can pay that much amount of money, but I have to say that Yapı Kredi publishing house, even though the publishing money is not paid, Yapı Kredi has been paying us publishing money. Even this month. I'm not going to deny it, of course. And this is very rare in the publishing houses in Turkey. But Harry Potter's was a top seller, and it has to be the precious of the publishing house as well. So the final question. This is also related with translation. Actually, translation is considered as a desktop job, and maybe that's what it is for all of us. And we might prefer to get drowned in books, and we might prefer making translation desktop. But one has to also recognize and get to know the city culture and your translation practice. What kind of a place does a city has? Istanbul, the city that you grew and you were born, how does Istanbul impact on your translation? What do you mean? I have, my audition is not so well. I'm having difficulties in hearing you. What do you mean by your question? So do you see the impact of Istanbul on your translation? What kind of an impact does Istanbul have on your texts? So I can work everywhere I want. There's no problem on that. So by the way, I don't have a notebook. I don't use any outdoor space to work. For example, I was in a festival in Istanbul. I was using the devices of some other people saying that, oh, I have to send a mail. Can I use your PC, etc. Istanbul is good for me in creating my work. Maybe it's because I'm used to the city. Seriously, I used to stay at my friend's house because I don't want to. That's not what I want to do today. Because if I want to make translation, I don't have my PC with me. I have some habits of using glossaries. I have glossary section in my library, and I'm so used to in using them. So here's what happens to me in Istanbul. If I'm in a cafe, if I sit at a cafe, I can take notes. It's good for me. I feel good when I do that. Maybe it's a familiar place. If I were a person from Ankara originally, Ankara would make me feel the same. I was born in Istanbul, and that's what's good for me. And our city is quite inspiring. So I can merge Istanbul with my translation texts. Is there any feature of Istanbul that you dislike? If there would be one thing that you translate about Istanbul, what would it be? The people of Istanbul. Of course, some people can stay. I don't care if they're really originally from Istanbul or not, but there are some people who do not like the city. They don't go so well with the city. It's maybe because of the difficulties in economy. It's very difficult to live in the city. I don't like new buildings. Why? It's not because they're new, they lack taste. I used to take the pictures. Things have started with Grundig building. You know, I like the color, and then I stopped doing it. So you cannot keep up with the new buildings that erect all the time. If I would work outdoors, I can sustain doing it, but the people outside want us to work at home instead of working at a cafe. And the waiters tell us to go home and do our work because they're expecting us to translate the book that they want to read. And we got rebuked by the waiter back then. So that was all from me. Ask questions. We can proceed with the Q&A from the audience. Sevin, I want to ask you this. Being a translator is a desktop profession to do, and Istanbul is very hectic, very noisy. Did it have a negative effect? Have you wanted to escape from this crowdedness of Istanbul? I cannot hear you by 60%. Because the microphones gives reverb, and that's why we're not able to hear each other so well. I'm not complaining about the crowdedness of Istanbul. The lack of quality is what I'm complaining mostly. No, crowd is not what I'm complaining about. I'm 81, so I've been living in this city for 81 years. So this city has become crowded over the course of time. And the domestic migration increased back in 1950s. And people migrated to some peripheral neighborhoods. Social anthropology is the area that I was unable to read about or study about. It was included into the curriculum a few years after our graduation. And they chose Zeytinburnu as a shanty town, as a pilot area. And there were 20 students who were making studies on that. And they stayed at people's houses and they discussed the situation with people. And Istanbul Chamber of Commerce has sponsored their studies because it was published. The book prepared by the students back then was published with the sponsorship of Istanbul Chamber of Commerce. So little by little, that kind of neighborhoods became more and more in number before we know. But of course, there are some limits of the city. And as I said, I cannot put up with the hostility of the people who are very much against the city itself. I'm not disturbed by the crowd. Since my childhood, I work where the lights are on, where the people are around. I can sleep in crowded places. I'm not disturbed by the crowd. But I prefer to stay at home to work, if I am to work. And I prefer to stay in my city if I am to work. Any other questions? I believe there's none. Thank you then. Thank you so much for coming and to listen to me at this time of the day.
Ha, elimize mi alalım? Yok, niye alalım? Bu ne pardon?